Anymore. We are just checking the mics. Can you hear that okay? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. We have a grand audience of great dream catchers in here. How nice they look. Welcome, dream catchers. Welcome, Jeremy. Testing the sound. Testing the sound. Sounding good?
Just be calling the meeting to order momentarily. Thank you all for being here tonight on a cold, chilly December night. I'll go ahead and call tonight's open session regular board meeting for December 12th, 2023 to order at 6:02 p.m. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight is Gino Garcia from Maple. Good evening. We have a microphone for you. It'll be coming from right back there. And the flag is, of course, right over here. Gino, here it comes.
Please stand up. Okay, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Gino. Yeah, you can hand this to me. All right, well, if you haven't noticed, tonight we are honoring and recognizing our amazing Dreamcatcher students. Each of these students was picked through a pretty rigorous process, nominated by leaders at their school site, and then chosen for their unique abilities, contributions, or passion projects. After I call your name, students, if you could just begin to line up right over here. We have some recognitions for you, and after we recognize all of you, we'll take a quick break for some cupcakes. All right? And we'll have Pablo's going to say a few words. Oh, great. Pablo, would you like to maybe introduce this next section?
Yes. Good evening, President Takor, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pletka, Executive Cabinet, and all of our guests here tonight. Thank you for being here. Much of what President Takor already said. We are here to celebrate the Dreamcatchers, the 23-24 Dreamcatchers. So let's give them a big round of applause. And Miss Anna, if you're ready, we're actually going to just start with a video just to show you a little bit about them. Right. Rock stars in their own right. So that video will actually be playing at the AMC Fullerton as well as Regal Brea. I just warn you, if you're going to go to the movies and watch it, get there early. Get there earlier than early so you can see it and not miss it. All right, without further ado, we're going to bring our students up. Pam is going to... Well, actually, we're going to bring the student and the nominee up here. So if we could please have, we'll start with Caitlin Cockerill, from fifth grader from Acacia School, and her principal, Rachel McCormick. Surprise, Rachel. And then just stand right over there. More flowers, Rachel, more flowers. Yeah, let's take the picture now. While you're taking the picture, I'll talk. Caitlin has a passion for animals. She not only volunteers at local animal rescues, she also raises money for them. For example, last year, Caitlin hosted a dog costume parade in her neighborhood as a fundraiser. Caitlin was nominated by the principal of Acacia School, Rachel McCormick. Let's give them a hand. Families, let's take those pictures if you need to. And Rachel's trying to run off. Just... Yes. No, we could step off now, yes. And then we have some swag for you over here, Caitlin. All right, next up, if we could have Sierra Chavez, sixth grader from Beechwood School. Nominated by Principal Hannah Lim. You could come on up. grab your own. No. You're good. You're doing the right thing. Initiative. I like it. Yes. There you go, Hannah. Sierra began studying violin at the age of 5. At 8 years old, Sierra landed the role of young Cosette in the musical Les Miserables with the Buena Park Theater program and was the youngest member in the cast. Sierra was honored to sing the Star-Spangled Banner at the Fullerton Golden Hills Little League opening day ceremony and landed her first official musical theater role playing a royal child in The King and I with the La Mirada, California Regional Theater Company. She continues to perform at, there's more. She continues to perform at the Rose Center Theater in the production of Mary Poppins. She is an ongoing and honored member of the Orange County Prelude Sinfonia String Orchestra. Did I say that right? Recently, Sierra landed an opportunity to model Target's Fall 2023 art class tween clothing line, currently featured in Target's online advertising media channels. Sierra was nominated by Principal of Beechwood School, Hannah Lim. Next up, let's bring up Farah Kim, 5th grader, Fistler School. And her nominee, Kim Bass. Come on up. Teacher, Kim Bass. Thank you. Farah discovered her passion as a DJ. Farah discovered her passion as a DJ and is sharing it with others. She has started her own DJ business. She is a 5th grader. She is a 5th grader this year and has already DJ'd for the school functions. She is so organized and has such a great sense of what type of music to play. She plans it all out with great detail and can comfortably entertain large groups of people with ease. Farah, I'm glad you're all here to support me and Farah. Farah's awesome. Farah was nominated by teacher Kim Bass. Let's bring up Ash Doman, 7th grader, Ladera Vista Junior High School of the Arts. Nominated by Dr. Trisha G., who is not in attendance. So Ash, you're up there, but we're with you. Yes. Ash's dream is to raise awareness, educate the public, and help medically challenged kids who feel alone, feel not so alone. Ash published a coloring book at the age of 12 years old for the Girl Scouts and hopes to change the landscape of only 3.4% of middle-age grade books containing disabled representation. Ash donated copies of the publication to hospitals and camps. Ash was nominated by Dr. Trisha G. Congratulations, Ash. Oh, Ash. Let's get a picture here. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. All right. Congratulations. That's our superintendent right there. Always thinking. All right, let's bring up Allison Kwan, 5th grade, Laguna Road. And her nominee, teacher, Kathy Wilson. Oh, this is Allison? Yes. Okay. Allison has started an ASL club at Laguna Road. She has recruited many students to join the club. She is dedicated to teaching her peers how to sign just in case they meet someone who is deaf. She wants to ensure that those with a disability will not feel left out. And by teaching the others to sign, they can become friends and communicate with each other. Allison was nominated by teacher Kathy Wilson. All right, thank you. Thank you, Allison. Great job. Next up, Gino Garcia, 5th grade, Maple School. Nominated by a whopping 4 teachers. Karina Tovar, come on up. Carla Ruiz, if you're here. All right, Carla. Katie Bizayev and Teresa Dengus Baeza. All right. Good job, Carla. Gino is a student who is proud of his culture, has a passion for dance, and is an active advocate for student safety. Gino is also in student council, speech and debate, helps the Mustang ladies, helps teachers anytime he can, and has a huge growth mindset. Gino is an amazing student and a true ambassador for Maple School. Gino was nominated by Karina Tovar, Carla Ruiz, Katie Bizayev, and Teresa Dengus Baeza. Congratulations, Gino. Next up, Juan Javier Duran Vargas, 8th grader, Nicholas Junior High. Nominated by his principal, Jose Varela. Juan Javier understands that in order for his family to survive, he needs to work in his dad's taco business every weekend. He says that if he doesn't help his dad, they need to pay someone to do the work. He'd rather go out and work with his dad than hang out with his friends. Although he knows he is missing out on some great friend time, he's okay because he is helping his family. He hopes that one day he can expand his dad's business and run his own taco truck. Juan Javier was nominated by Principal Jose Varela. Great job, Juan Javier. Next up, we have a duo, Owen and Willow Lee, 4th graders, Orangethorpe School. Nominated by Pam Keller. Is this Pam here? Okay. All right. Owen and Willow are brother and sister team. They are involved in their church where they volunteer weekly to help younger children. They are in Boy Scouts and Cub Scouts, which they volunteer for the community for various events. During the pandemic, their family took home the baby chicks that had been hatched in class that began as a passion for their family. They cared for and nurtured the chicks. They gathered the eggs from the grown chickens and shared them with their neighbors. They also took home the class bearded dragon. Nice job. Which started a family project of growing crickets. This developed into hatching praying mantis, which they shared with friends and neighbors to put in their gardens. They transformed their yard into a garden that attracts butterflies and hummingbirds. They now grow fruit and vegetables that they share with friends and neighbors. They both enjoy cooking and baking and often make meals for family and friends. Owen and Willow Lee were nominated by teacher Pam Keller, Orangethorpe School. Good job. Next up, Paxton Yee, 4th grader, Sunset Lane, nominated by teacher Sarah Spiro. And in her absence, the principal will come on up. Paxton dreams of being a botanist one day. He currently works daily on his family's plumeria farm, grafting and propagating new plants and caring for them all. He brings his teachers and classmates plumerias to spread kindness. Paxton was nominated by teacher Sarah Spiro. All right, next up, Richard Reynaud, 6th grade school, Woodcrest. 6th grade school, 6th grade, Woodcrest School. Nominated by Principal Chris Wilkins. Richard is a student that participates on the Woodcrest news team. Richard is a leader and guides and directs students to accomplish his tasks. He also helped work on the crosswalk safety campaign for FSD and helped guide and develop ideas that contributed to the final poster concept. Richard was nominated by Principal Chris Wilkins. And he also makes one heck of a Hulk as well. He knocked on my door. I gave him some candy. He makes a great Hulk. And I think we have one more. Yes? Oh, did I skip? Okay, sorry. Raylan Danger Levy, 4th grade, Hermosa Drive School. Sorry, Raylan. It's an awesome name. Yes, nominated by Lori Velasquez. Thank you so much. With a middle name like Danger, Raylan walks on the wild side by putting his passion into action by BMX riding. He has been BMX riding for about 3 years now. Raylan has been named 13th best in the country and 45th best in the world. Raylan has competed in nationals for BMX riding, in the state championship for mountain bike riding. He travels internationally, mostly in Canada, to compete. Raylan was nominated by teacher Lori Velasquez. And I believe, last and not least, we are going to acknowledge Donna Miller. Come on up. Donna Miller is being recognized tonight for recognizing and submitting the most nominations for students, and we appreciate that. We appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. So let's give her a big hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Dr. Pletka, do you want to say some final words here before we take a brief break?
Sure. First of all, somebody said that you tell what a school or a district values by what's in the trophy. And it's not talking about literally what's in the trophy cases, but what does a school, what does a district honor and recognize? And so, on a board meeting, this is an important ceremony. It's an important thing that we do, and it's so important that we want to take time to recognize our students. These are the kids, our kids here. They're the change makers. They're the ones that will be our future entrepreneurs, our future motocross national. These are the folks that we are going to see. And how do we know that? We know it not because of something that they might do in the future. It's because what they're doing now. Right now, they're making a difference in their community. Right now, they're making a difference in our schools. Right now, they're having an impact on all of us. And they're doing that by following the thing in their heart that makes and brings joy. They're doing that by having and following those things that are uniquely theirs. And so how about one last round of applause for all our kids.
Thank you, everybody. We'll take a 5-minute break for some additional photo opportunities and so on. It's 6:30. That was a 7-minute break, I believe. Education Code, sections 350. Oh, I should probably wait a minute.
They're gone.
Yeah. Education Code sections 35023, 35140, and 35143, and Board Bylaws 9121 and 9123 require the Board of Trustees to determine the following items at its organizational meeting for the 2024 calendar year. Number 1, elect a president, vice president, and clerk. Number 2, appoint the superintendent as secretary to the Board of Trustees. Number 3, establish its regular meeting dates, time, and place. Number 4, select a representative and an alternate to serve on the Orange County School Boards Association Political Action Committee. And number 5, select a representative and an alternate for the County Committee on School District Organization. I'm very pleased to initiate this process, but just one moment. Do you want to discussion now about we want to move it, or do we want and then have a discussion? Right. Well, it's my honor and it's my privilege to nominee Lanelle Talavera to be our nominee for school board president next year, for the coming year, starting tonight.
It's my honor and privilege to second that, and he's following in some very strong footsteps, and I know he'll do a great job, as you did.
We have a motion. It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do I say
Aye.
aye as well, too?
Yes, you should. Wonderful. The motion carries 5-0, and the vote has taken place. We now have President Lanelle Talavera. We'll switch seats.
We have a few words we'd like to acknowledge Aruni, and then if you want to say a few words. So I think one of the things, each year we want to recognize the incoming president, but also the sacrifice and the service of the outgoing president. And it is kind of almost a little bit of a running joke of like, oh, wow, there's another opportunity to speak. There's another opportunity to be out there. And Aruni embraced that, and I think there's a joy that he brings as he connects in our community. And I'll just a few things that I think are unique to what Aruni did. First, I think this whole idea, and we talked about this before, but he was one of the main people that brought this the importance, the recognition, and even the original board goal forward to say that this idea of mental health is so important that we need to build and create something that we haven't had before. And if we look back to the beginning when Aruni first got here, we didn't have a mental health department. We had some mental health associates. Right now we have counselors, we have mental health therapists, as well as social worker, as well as an expansion of mental health staff and experts across. And that was in large part due to the whole board, but in part to the leadership and the voice that Aruni gave to this area. We are in the best position we have ever been to meet the needs of our kids social emotionally because of that initiative that he began and continued. I think the second piece that Aruni does probably better than anybody I have ever seen as president. I think this is something, and he does have a little professional maybe expertise that he brings. He's very good at synthesizing and pulling together and creating consensus. Board goals are always interesting. It's a process. My great-grandfather and grandfather were butchers, and so they said you never want to watch sausage being made, and so board goals are a little like that. So Aruni, though, made something that's very difficult, pulled together and created a sense of consensus. But he didn't just do that for that issue. I think Aruni has worked and has true expertise in being able to bring folks together on sometimes diverse perspectives. I think one of the things that I really appreciate, and I will just on a very personal level, Aruni is deeply rooted in this community. He has a tremendous sense of pride, history, and is very personal. We're at the library just today. We're going to the Hunt Library, walking around, a little tour, and he's telling very personal stories about his experiences here. And those personal experiences and stories are rooted in a real love for Fullerton. And it was clear in his entire leadership over the year that he was trying to bring people together and to kind of create synergy across organizations, with the city, with nonprofits. And I think that kind of we can just keep getting better, and we can keep growing in our unity and keep growing in who we are and our identity and that sense of pride that he brings, I think impacted me. And I can't remember a time, I've been here 12 years, and felt such I think, care and commitment and even stewardship, not just to the school district, but our community. And I think that came in large part because of the inspiration that Aruni gave in this area. And if you've spent any time with him, you'll know that there is a real love for our community here in Fullerton. So I just want to thank you, Aruni, for your leadership.
And so President Takur, in honor of your service as a board president, on behalf of the Fullerton School District team, we want to present you with a student masterpiece. It's an Orange Thorpe Orca in honor of your FSD origin story as an orca. So go Orcas. Congratulations.
I'm opening it right now.
Nice.
That's so cool.
That's
It's by
so
artist Chloe Kim.
Michelle Cisneros with the Office of Assembly Member Sharon Quicksilver. She wasn't here today because she doesn't even deliver that to you. I know they say that you never know what rooms you're talked about. Hello, good evening. Yes, so my name is Michelle Cisneros. I'm here representing the Office of Assembly Member Sharon Quicksilver. I was just telling Aruni Takur that we never know what rooms we're being talked about in, and thankfully, in this case, I don't think you know how well you're talking. I'm very new to this district, and I've heard so much about you. And the certificate is being represented on behalf of the 67th district. But I would personally like to say, I don't know if I'm going to get into trouble for this because I know I'm supposed to be representing the assembly member at the moment, but you've shown such a commitment to this community and its students, and I know that this won't be the last time that I'm awarded or presenting you with a certificate, so congratulations.
So, just for a little bit of shuffling and transition, we're going to enjoy some cake in honor, brief little bit, and then we'll move on with the rest of the agenda. Yeah, but a group photo.
Yes, we're going to take a group photo. Let's do that. Group photo and then we'll... Yes, please.
You made it. You made it.
Hi. It was nice hanging with you.
Oh, here.
Do we all shuffle?
I think after tonight we will all shuffle.
Yeah.
I think I'm just being moved.
I think we shuffle next time.
I think I'm just being moved. Yes. There we go.
Oh. They all look so nice and fresh on the I am. Ho, ho, ho.
Is that what your sweater says? No. That would be funny.
Congratulations.
Yes.
And congratulations to you.
Congratulations. You got this.
We know you're going to do a great year.
I'll try.
You will.
Your night is coming.
Such a pretty cake. Is he going to say something? Are you going to say something?
Aruni, you want to say a few words?
Oh, yes. Sure.
It's like a wedding, yes.
You guys can cut the cake together.
Got the cake together. Thanks, everybody. My parents couldn't be here this evening. They're up north. But, you know, if they were here, I would probably just remind them that they always told me to care about the community, care about my neighbors. And I really saw that through what my parents did for everybody else. So we're trying to do that with our children. Our boys are working very hard, so Pamela's with them tonight. So I get to be here with my other family. And FSD is the heart and soul of this city. I love this city, and I love chocolate cake. We have the best board. Thank you so much, everybody. It's been such a pleasure. It's been an honor. And we really did hit a lot of tremendous goals this year. And it felt very busy. I'm actually really glad that it's over. 1 year at a time is really, it's a good amount. And I know we're going to talk about it a little bit. I really do believe that the amount that I learned this past year, and the amount that I got to see, and all of the staff that you get to meet, and all of the work, the kind of the inner workings, I really do wish that I could have maybe seen that in my first year. And I really think that if there was a way that we could think about how we might do that in terms of a rotation, you know, it was great that I got to get a second term and be board president now, but I think it would have been even more learning and even more impactful, perhaps in my first term at some point, maybe in the fourth year. But it's been such an honor. Thank you. Thank you.
This is being zoomed. Thousands of people.
We're not feeding each other.
All right. Take a crack at this and see, because I believe now we're going to go into section 4, and now we're going to, so the next position is for vice president, so we need a nominee for vice president.
I move to, or I nominate Trustee Sugarman, who's currently our clerk, to be our board's vice president.
I second.
Do we have a second?
Thank you, that's an honor.
Now we'll call for a vote. Yeah? So everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
My husband.
Awesome. So that passes 5-0.
Is he watching tonight?
Is he?
You don't have to tell him. He can find out later.
Oh, yeah.
After the
That's
fact.
okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So now we need a nomination for clerk.
I'd like to nominate Bev Berryman.
Do we have a second?
I was wondering if we could talk about that. Bev, do you want to serve in this role?
Yes.
Okay. And, microphone? I'm sorry. Okay. And then I did see the communique. Dr. Pleckett, can we talk a little bit about the rotation a little bit?
Sure. So first I'm going to start with to say you're the board. This is not in a bylaw. This is just the history of what we've done in the past. And so the rule that the board has followed is this rule that everybody is, in essence, is guaranteed to be president every 5 years. So that's based on that rule, then the rotation was created. What they have, though, is if somebody rotates out, everybody bumps up. So it's possible, as an example, to be president in 4 years. In fact, it's probably possible to be president in 3 years. So that's been the past, and that's what we've been doing. The second is, you of course, you can change it. So one of the ways you could change it says, well, we're going to have a new board member that's guaranteed to be president. That would be something new in their first term. The consequences of that is that there would not be a guarantee that you would rotate into the presidency every 5 years, because if you had a new board member that came in, potentially they would bump out a veteran board member that would rotate in. If you had two new board members, those two would rotate in, and somebody not in the rotation who had been here potentially more than 5 years would not get into the rotation. So your two, and then there's actually a third option I'll talk about. But so if you're going to go with new board member rotates in and they're guaranteed a spot, the consequence of that is that there's not a guaranteed rotation of coming back in within 5 years. So you could be potentially on the board for 7, 8 years and not rotate in because the priority would be given to the new board member. The third option, there's all kinds of permeations of this, but a third option is every year you just decide what you're going to do, and you make, and there's lots of places where they do that too. So those are kind of three basic options. You could introduce another rule or another priority that would organize, but the first one, every 5 years, that's what historically you have done.
I'd like to comment on that. The focus of this district and the board, every board I've ever sat on, is children. Not who's sitting in the presidency, vice presidency, clerk. It's the kids. And so rotating has always made us an equitable group. No people trying to move things around in a different way. Sort of, when I haven't been in Fullerton for 5 days. I have a sick brother. When I got the explanation that you sent out, I thought, oh, this is nice. This is very linear to see who will be in the positions at given times. And I like that because we see all over the place groups that are supposed to focus on something, worried about who's going to be the chair of this committee, who's going to be the chair of that, who's going to be the president, on infinitum. And I think one of the commendable things about our board is that that isn't a focus. Our focus is children. And so I believe that we rotate through. And I agree with you that you never know who's not going to run again, and so somebody shifts up. You never know if someone may pass away, and there's a shift up. You never know any of that. But I like that we don't have anything codified, because once you codify it, then it becomes more complicated. And I just think it's a matter of respect to just move on. And I've never been disappointed, just about ever, in whoever sits in the chair of president, that somehow they always like step up and they're their very best self. And I just love it because they show sides you haven't seen. I mean, if you don't watch every Zoom we do, you have no idea the wordsmithing that Aruni Thakur can do. He is amazing. And some of us, Beverly has insights into children that are uniquely hers from her experiences in her profession. And everybody brings something. When you sit here, you can see that Ruthie brings us the joy of her information about trafficking and children and safety. And each of those things are wonderful, and we don't look at them as to, oh, 2 points for safety, 3 points for this. We just go on. And I'm pretty proud of this district. I think that this district is a forward-thinking, linear, respected district, unlike maybe others that have just crossed your mind. And I think part of that is that we're just respectful of one another, and whatever our politics are, I don't like using that word, whatever our thoughts are regarding education, we all come together to do what we think is best, as Dr. Pletka said about Aruni, bringing togetherness and common threads to our board. And I'm really proud of that. I'm not big on the thought of changing it. And those of you who know me, who know that I like technology, I like AI, I like all sorts of things moving forward. I am not a person who does things just because it's tradition. I like new things, new thinking, new ways. And so saying to keep something, to me personally, I think it's a good thing. And if my colleagues don't want to do that, I'll go their way. Doesn't matter. But that's my thought on why I like just rotating through.
No, thank you. I agree. In 2010, Trustee Meyer was elected to this board, and then she became the president 4 years later. Chris Thompson, who was also elected in 2010, was elected in his 5th year. And then I think also because Trustee Meyer maybe knew that she wasn't running for re-election, she didn't want to be the clerk. Even though we'd had a trustee leave, we didn't actually move up everybody's seats at that time. I believe, Trustee Sugarman, you were the vice president of the board when Trustee Vasquez left 2 months before her term ended, and so you ascended to that position. And then due to that move, I think Trustee Meyer was next to be clerk, something to that effect, and she declined it. But it was just a few years ago that Trustee Meyer nominated Trustee Talavera to be clerk, kind of outside of the rotation. So I'm just giving a couple examples where our board has not gone with the rotation, because this is Trustee Talavera's 4th year. And Trustee Meyer was board president in her 4th year also. So that was, I was trying to get some historical examples, but I think it was due to elections, due to a board member stepping down early, or due to a board member not choosing to opt out of a role that they might otherwise have been rotated into. And so that was just the discussion that I wanted to have, and say that we haven't always used the 5-year rule. I think that's a minimum. I didn't think it was an exact rotation.
Yeah, there are definitely examples of where someone moved in 4 years, but you've always, the board collectively over generations, have prioritized that at the very minimum, the rotation would be 5 years. And so.
No, maximum.
So it's possible to go.
That's maximum.
It's possible that you would do 4 years or possible 3 years, but the rule of prioritizing to ensure that there's a rotation every 5 years guarantees that if you get elected a second or third time, you're guaranteed a rotation into the presidency every 5 years. And again, there's possibilities if someone rotates out, and also if somebody doesn't want the position, of course. Those would be examples of somebody where everybody would bump up. So it's not so much that the rule is 5 years. The rule is that in essence, you've prioritized that you have an opportunity to rotate in every 5 years.
So can I ask a question then? I agree that I think a procedure and a process is best, and it helps establish equity and representation for all of our communities. So this is not a question of, who should be, but really our process. What are we establishing as our process? Because I assume that the past president then goes to the 5th position in the hierarchy. And so it's a circle, right, that rotates every 5 years. But that's not what happened this year. I was surprised to see in the communique. That's not what we did in this order. Because otherwise, Bev, you would have been the 5th position, whereas right now I was in that. So it's not following that same continuous circle of past president immediately going to the 5th position and then moving up.
She didn't have to go for election.
Mm-hmm.
So she went to the 4th position, then we had an election, and you got elected, and so you filled in the last position. She got that position because she didn't go through election.
And I believe it's the most senior, right?
So is it by
trustee.
Seniority?
Seniority
and
that hasn't been president at the time.
Okay.
Right? I think, is that correct,
So
Dr. Pleka? Yeah,
That's
so
what you've done.
Yeah, seniority
Okay.
without being president.
So
Is
it'll
that
go
everyone's
in a
understanding?
circle, except when there's a new member, then it would still be seniority over the new member. Is that what we're saying? Like the
Yeah.
existing seniority rotates in that circle, but the new member comes in at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I didn't understand. That's
Yeah,
what
I think-
needed to be
I think
clarified.
I think that's, from my understanding also, that was always the key. The seniority piece that hasn't been board president. Has that been everyone else's understanding of how the rotation
Just
goes?
Seniority,
Yeah,
because
just
because
seniority
most
that
people
has not
have
been.
been board president. It's more about seniority, and the newest member
And
is
then-
then at the bottom.
yes.
Well, I mean, it's not a hierarchy, but if you go in that circle, right? It's like if the president is number 1, and then the 5th person as the new elected would be at the 5th spot. Yeah.
What the public really has to know is, none of us have more voting power than the other one. None of us has actually more power. The only power that the president has that we don't have is if we want something on the agenda, we need a second. The president does not, and the president helps to set the agenda. Other than that, we're all equal. Other than that, we are all equul.
Or other than
and that's
speaking.
important. Pardon?
If we go somewhere and speak, the president usually is the speaker.
It's the president who speaks, that's right. Or the newspapers.
Spokesperson for us.
If some wonderful award is given, it's the president who answers the press. And other times also.
With all that being said, I'm happy to second Trustee Berryman for board clerk.
All right. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? No. 5-0.
I would like to say something.
Yes.
Once again, this board gives the example of how we have a discussion. None of us spoke before, at least I know I didn't speak to anyone, and a topic comes up. We share our hearts. We have to do it publicly. And then we come to a consensus and we move forward. And again, what's the most important thing? The kids. The kids in the community. Do we get to nominate the superintendent as secretary?
As secretary, so yeah, we need a nomination for secretary.
I'd like to move that.
I second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
I think Rob would be a great secretary.
So our secretary is Dr. Pletka.
Lucky Anna.
Awesome. All right, so all the appointees are complete now. We are looking to approve the board meeting dates for the 2024 calendar year.
Rob, can you share one more piece about next year and why we have the kind of it's an unusual meeting in December?
Right.
So there's, on the calendar dates, correct?
Yeah.
So there are some dates that we have to adhere to Ed Code, and that's when it comes in terms of the second interim and when the budget has to be approved in the first interim. Second interim has to be presented and approved on or before March 15th. When the 15th falls on a Sunday, then you get to go to Monday. You get to have that. First interim has to be presented and approved by December 15th. When it falls on a Sunday, then you go to the 16th. So that's why we have the date that we do.
All right, hold on.
I think we've done our best to make sure we're not meeting on the same days as the high school district, and also accommodate especially our staff to take their vacations during the summer. So I'll motion to approve the calendar as we have now the amended dates before us.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
Abstain,
And we have one abstain.
because I don't like school starting so early.
Oh, that's not, that,
And
we're not
having-
voting on that. We're
Well,
only
okay,
voting
but
on
I
the
can
when we
part of
meet.
it is,
dates.
yeah, but part of it
It's
is.
not the school calendar.
But
it's-
part of it is, we meet when we meet, like in July, because of when school starts,
That's fine.
right?
So we have
And
one
so
abstain.
it's all relative.
All right.
We actually don't meet right before school starts.
Yeah, we do, right, July 3rd.
They start on the 12th, I think, and we start on the 20th. Oh, July 13th. It's in between.
That's why we come back in July
Yeah,
for this
it's in
meeting.
between.
If we started at the end of August, we wouldn't have a July meeting. Do you want to be political action person? It's fun.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
really
you can,
fun.
sure.
It's a great
Yes,
meeting.
yes. Yeah.
All right. All right, so now I'm going to request any information from our fellow trustees.
No.
We can,
Political action.
Committees. The Political Action Committee for OC CSBA.
Number 4.
oh, okay.
I'd like, I'd
For
like,
that one, who was the alternate, Anna?
Hilda.
Do we just move those? Okay.
Hilda was.
I'd like to nominate I'd like to nominate Ruthie to be our representative to the Orange County School Board Association Political Action Committee.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Everyone in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
5-0. And do we have a nominee for the alternate?
Anybody want to be alternate?
Oh,
Political Action Committee?
I'd like to nominate Trustee Berryman to be the alternate for the OCSBA Political Action Committee.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Austin, to a second. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. All right, now we need a nominee for a representative and an alternate for the County Committee of School District Organization for the 2024 school year. Do we have a nominee?
Would you like to do that, Leonel?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what the job is. You go,
Yeah,
they
tell
send
us.
you, they mail you a ballot. You fill it in, okay? You go to the dinner at the Orange County, dinner. You hand in the ballot and you go to dinner. It's responsible.
What do you vote for in the ballot?
What?
What do you vote for in the ballot?
Who should be head president of the Orange County School Board Association Committee? And it's a rotating position. Just to let people know.
I think this is the one that's the representatives that sit on the school, on the committee that looks at the boundaries
Okay,
for all of the areas.
for OCD,
And
school
if-
board.
if
And
somebody
it was
has
a
a
little
com-
controversial
yeah.
this year.
Mhm.
Yeah, any
Mhm.
It
controversial.
probably will continue to be a little bit controversial because
Gotcha.
there's a proposal or a request to change the way that Orange County establishes their committees. The Orange County School Board wants to take it over and disband this entire committee.
Okay.
They sued this.
I was like, wait a minute.
So it's important that we have someone knowledgeable on this team.
So it's a big controversy right now.
Would you
I
like
can
to,
fill you in on
would you
everything.
like to take on this challenge?
Well, Leonel
So-
said he would.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
So-
give him some pointers.
So,
Well, I can second,
Yeah, we can second.
President Talavera to be our nominee for the position, and maybe Trustee Berryman to be the alternate.
yeah.
I'll second that.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
Go
Everyone,
together.
yeah, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
thank you.
So we took care of both the nominee and the alternate.
We're good.
All right. Okay, now we can go into information from our Board of Trustees. Does someone want to start on either end? Ruthie, you mind?
Sure, sure. Well, you all know we were at the California School Board Association annual meeting this year, and I really appreciated that extra time, not only to learn from others, but just to be together with our cabinet and our board and spend time together. It was really, really beneficial. I know some of our cabinet were sick and not able to join us, and some of us, our time was cut short, but it's always meaningful, and I know some of the workshops that I was able to attend, I'm still reflecting on, thinking about my follow-up actions, but especially I went to some events around student behavior and supporting students with their well-being and mental health through behavior specialists and kind of what adults can be doing to support kids. The ease of reporting student safety concerns was something that I've been thinking about a lot. Anti-bias education and the role and some responsibilities we have there. And my last day, I got to go to an event or a workshop on supporting LGBTQ students and their families. That gave me a lot to think about. But on the last day, I got to stay. I went back on Saturday morning after many of us had to leave, I know, and enjoyed the final keynote. The speaker was Mark Perna, and at first, I wasn't sure about this guy. He was a salesman type, but he talked a lot about some really valuable things. Like one of the most important things he said is lifestyle is more important than career for this generation of students. They're thinking about what kind of life they want, the values they hold, the quality of life, the lifestyle they want to enjoy. And so a job is a means to achieve that for them. And so his suggestion was to encourage us to think about how do we educate with a purpose and for employment with passion. And the importance of play and respect with our students, but really preparing kids for careers, whether that's through a college degree or as he very much tried to encourage us to think about other paths of trade, training, other paths to meaningful lifestyles supported by jobs, right? And he really encouraged us to focus on developing students' professional skills, and especially as he said, the economy is transitioning from a degree-based to a system to a skills and competency-based system. So it made me really grateful and proud that at FSD, I think we are doing a lot of that, but it was just a great way to reframe and focus. I mean, we saw today our dream catchers that are living out their passions, that are thinking about what kind of job can I do that allows me to have this lifestyle to do art or BMX or contribute meaningfully to my community. We think about our tiny homes, our robotics, our STEAM, our arts, our speech and debate. Like, we have so many ways that kids are living out their passions, and the careers will follow, I think. The jobs will find that they'll find in that. But I love that we're giving them a chance to do that now in their school day, and that's what keeps them excited about coming to school. So that was a great last session. And then, of course, in this last month, I've also gotten to do a lot of fun things with FSD. I got to go to Orangethorpe's International Day celebration, a Willy Wonka production at Orangethorpe as well. That was really fun. I saw a very impressive dance performance at Ladera Vista School of the Arts, and some great examples of holistic child passions at work. I also got to be a chaperone with the Ladera Vista DLA, Dual Language Academy classes. Went to the Latin American Museum of Art in Long Beach with Maestra Chang and Mr. Garcia, and we had some great FSD school bus drivers that were really awesome. So I had a really great experience just being a chaperone on a field trip this time. And then, and I just was thinking about how finally, during this holiday season, I know so many schools and so many of our community partners are putting in extra time and extra money to make sure that all of our kids have a really special holiday season. So I want to thank and recognize, Pathways of Hope, Golden State Foods, Solidarity, Crittenton, all the scouts that have donated, all the PTA mamas and papas that are doing their work, and the ways that many groups have organized and facilitated and bought and contributed gifts so that our FSD kids and our families can have a great holiday. It's really beautiful, I think, to see the generosity and the hope of our community in action at this time of year.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you so much, Trustee Hatcher. Trustee Sugarman?
I want to latch right on to your comments. I agree with everything. The California School Board Association, it's sort of interesting because Fullerton School District is a leader in so many areas that many of their topics are behind us, not in front of us. And some of their topics are things like how to get along with your superintendent. And I feel really bad for those school districts, but they're not really relevant for us. And so I agree that we can focus in on things that are meaningful for children, mental health, the stability of teachers and things like that, which is wonderful. The one, though, advanced thinking in my mind that I went to had to do with AI, and it was really wonderful, I thought, because I like AI. I know my superintendent really likes AI, and there are concerns also, right? And the group that presented was out of San Jose, and one of the things that they shared, one of the teachers who presented shared with us was an 80-20 principle. And I want to share this out for anybody who's listening, even more than my board, for people in the trenches. What they said was they believe that students are going to use AI when they write an essay to write an essay. And then they're going to have to come back because AI is not grammatically correct all the time. And these teachers gave an example how they put an essay up like you did when you were a kid and you had to correct the grammar, and the next day they did a second one and you had to correct the grammar, but the second one was totally written by AI, and it made very similar mistakes than the one the day before. And then they went on and they said, if a teacher gives a prompt that's specific, an interpretation, if it's literature, a specific battle, if it's history, whatever, students will have to go in and give specific examples that they learned from their textbook or their school. And so 80% of the essay may be written by AI, but 20% is going to have to be done by the student to make it acceptable. And that sort of warmed my heart because We let children use calculators, and that helps them speed along math, but they still have to know when you multiply, it's going to be much bigger, and when you divide, it better get smaller, and if you don't understand that and you push in the wrong buttons, it's not going to work for you. And so I sort of enjoyed hearing people in the trenches, how they use some of these devices. That was one of my most interesting sessions, but all the sessions I went to were thought-provoking and made you come out saying, okay, I'm taking good things out of this and maybe not other things. Right now, though, I'd like to say, happy holidays, everybody. You're going to have 2 weeks to regenerate. We're all going to have 2 weeks to regenerate. I hope you really take that time to go out and do things with your family, to make memories, and to embolden your life and come back ready for the next school semesters, but really a new year. And I want to wish everybody, all of our families, all of our students, all of their families, a wonderful and safe holiday season with joy and happiness. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Sugarman. Trustee Berryman, you want to go? Or
Okay.
yeah, you have to go.
All right. I want to take this opportunity to thank Trustee Ticker for his year of service as president. As Dr. Bob talked about what you have to offer and your sense of community and your sense of caring is an understatement. I think that watching you speak in front of students especially, I'm sure everyone got this feeling that when he spoke to students, students could relate to him, right? When he talked about he was a student at a school, he was from here, they could look at him and say, oh my gosh, I can do this too. And I think for me, watching you be able to connect with our children and have our children be able to see that they too can be someone like you was very heart wrenching, and I thought it was just remarkable. So thank you for that. Thank you for making our kids realize that they can do, that they can be someone, and that they can go forward and be successful and be a wonderful human being and be able to be kind and empathetic like you are. So thank you for your years, and thank you for streamlining things and using your lawyer skills to keep us all in line. Obviously, your education has worked, and we benefited from that, right? So I'm a firm believer in taking advantage of that. So thank you very much. Very inspirational to everybody and to our students. So I wanted to make sure I put that in there. I was so pleased to be able to see our dream catchers this evening and to hear their stories. And as you said, being able to connect with kids where they feel passion, because this generation of kids that young adults even who are really finding that work family balance is different from when I look at things and how my generation looked at it, and not that it's nothing is better or worse, it's just different. And so we have to be able to realize that and to be able to say, our kids don't necessarily have to go to a four-year college. They can go to somewhere that gives them a career, that gives them the experience that they can do something they love to do, right? They're going to be working for a long time. I always told my kids, you guys are going to be working for your whole life. Find something you enjoy doing, right? Don't do something you don't enjoy, because you spend a lot of time there, right? And so that to me is really, really one of the greatest things about our dream catchers, and to be able to have them see at this age that, oh my gosh, I could do something with this. I can ride my bike and have fun, right? I tell my volunteers come and they play with our kids. It's like, where else can you volunteer and play, right? So it's great. It's a time to regenerate, like you said. We got a couple weeks off. Some people have a couple weeks off, and just enjoy, relax, take advantage, spend time with your families. It's a busy year. It's already been busy. We were just talking about that. Hopefully we won't be quite as busy forever, but it doesn't seem like it ever stops. I'm so sorry. But just relax and take advantage of that. So I think that's all I had this time. Our time with CSBA, you guys have have mentioned everything. Dr. Rob over there is going to tell us about, kind of the stuff that I was going to say, but I don't even want to talk about it now, so we'll let him talk about the budget. So on that note, I will leave it up to the next person.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Berryman.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief because I'm so happy and I'm so grateful, and it's very, very warm and fuzzy feelings. And so I'll just try to remember this anytime I'm unhappy, which I think really our board president, you've got to hold it all together. You streamline the meetings. It really is, I found over the past year that I was just thinking more about the meeting than about really, imposing any particular will on the topic. And so now I guess I'm unleashed to,
You hear that? We got to watch out now.
No, but,
Instead of behind the scenes.
people should leave board presidencies more often. Everybody says nice things about you. So just Happy New Year, happy holidays, and I'm really looking forward to next year. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much, Trustee Takor. Kind of the same thing, just kind of really echoing the CSBA conference, learned a lot. Was able to kind of re-energize with some other fellow colleagues and kind of just, I think the conference just really kind of gets some thought-provoking for me specifically, just kind of really thinking about maybe not so much the topics, but just like how can we do better, what can we do better in different realms and things. So I always come back with tons of questions more than answers. So definitely, because again, our district is really unique to us, so it doesn't mirror any other district. But yeah, it gets you thinking about what the potentials are, especially when we are pretty far out, like Trustee Sugar mentioned. As far as that, I definitely wanted to share some few words from Trustee Takor. Again, I mean, Dr. Pleka really kind of mentioned the rootedness that you have here in Fullerton, Orangethorpe Elementary, Nicholas, Sunny. I think everyone knows that, and I think that does bring like another sense of value to the role again that you played last year as board president. So I just want to commend you on that and kind of how you carried yourself and carried really again us as a board, super proud, going to events where you were able to kind of elaborate who you are and how again other students can see themselves in you, and it spoke to me. It spoke volumes to my representation here on the board as well too. So just wanted to share that and to come back to Fullerton, right? I mean, you could have moved somewhere else and taken those skills and that passion somewhere else, but you came back to Fullerton to raise your family here and your kids coming to schools at our district. So again, I really want to thank you for that leadership within the last year that you kind of provided. Now, definitely some big shoes to fill. Sometimes I get uncomfortable, and then I get comfortable. So just give me some time, and then this will start flowing a little bit better as I learn through. I was trying to learn last year, but then I was also trying to, provide my 2 cents when I needed to. I am fairly quiet when it comes to some topics, but again, nonetheless, again, happy holidays. I did want to kind of share because of the work that I did previously. A lot with the Woodcrest Neighborhood Association. They're hosting their posada this Friday at Woodcrest Park. So if anybody wants to join, again, it's open to everyone in the community on December 15th, this Friday. I believe it's from 6 to 8 at Woodcrest Park. So come join us. I'll be out there mingling with the Woodcrest community out there as well too. So, but yeah, wish everyone happy holidays. With that, we'll go into, Anna, do we have any reports from DLAC PTA?
President Thakor, I'll be reading on behalf of DLAC.
Awesome.
Good evening, President Talavera, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Pleka, Executive Cabinet, and all families present and listening. Thank you all to our principals and representatives for attending our second DLAC meeting. We elected our new members as committee chairs that will serve for 2 years. The new members are Cynthia Rios from Orangethorpe and Norma Santiago from Hermosa School. We took the parents down memory lane and played with Jax and Kungi. Thank you all to teachers, staff, and administrators for their hard work and sacrifice for our students. We truly appreciate all you do. We wish all the families of the Fullerton community a happy and safe winter break. Sincerely, Vanessa Estrella, DLAC President.
Awesome. Thank you. Do you have a report from PTA?
We do not have a report from PTA tonight.
CSCA?
And I'll be reading on behalf of CSCA tonight. Good evening. As this year of 2023 comes to an end, CSEA has so much to be thankful for. We have worked closely together to support our community here at FSD. CSEA would like to report that this year we have adopted 3 different FSD families to support during this giving season. We as a chapter have committed to make a difference for the families during their difficult times. We also have joined forces with others here at FSD to provide a greater impact. Thank you to all our members for remembering. We together are better than one alone, and we will make an impact together. CSEA would like to wish you all a restful and joyful winter break. We look forward to a great 2024.
Awesome. Thank you. Do we have a report from FETA? Darlene?
Okay, I scratched out President Takor, and I put in President Talavera.
Don't worry.
I'll try to remember that.
Yeah, we'll give passes for the first few times. Yeah, even.
But thank you very much, President Takor. It was fun working with you this first year, last year, and then the beginning of this year. I think I might recommend that FETA does 1 year for presidents too, personally. Just saying. I know that the Dreamcatchers have left, but I just want to congratulate them again. It's amazing to see what our future is going to look like, so it always brings tears to the eyes. Students and staff are very excited during this holiday season. There definitely is a vibe in the air. As a teacher, you aren't sure how your students will come in each day, excited or exhausted, and they're not really sure how their teachers are going to come in either. Either way, it's fun. FETA is committed to working with both the district and CSEA on safety with challenging behaviors, as long as the process continues to flow in a solution-based direction. And I already sent Dr. Hammett a little email about talking tomorrow, hopefully. All of our time is valuable, and our students' needs are and should be our first priority. Our FETA behavior team is looking forward to attending the Effective Intervention for Challenging Behaviors seminar on January 18th. We're happy to be joined by Board Member Sugarman, so thank you for coming, and thank you, District, for paying for the members to go. We have a great list of community partners from our Champions for Children Block Party that have a variety of resources and possible new strategies we can hopefully tap into. This, along with our Community Schools Grant and our district office staff, we can put Fullerton School District front and center on helping with our most challenging behaviors. January is a great time. We've already talked about, it's a great time to start fresh with new possibilities to get all of our students and staff at each site in each classroom the support they need to achieve. And on behalf of FETA, we would like to wish all of you a wonderful and peaceful holiday season with family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. FESMA? Mike?
Well, FESMA did get it right, so Board President Lionel, board members, Dr. Bob, cabinet members, I'm Mike McAdam, Director of Purchasing, Contracts, Warehouse, and Reprographics, and also FESMA Board President. Classified and Certificated Management have so much to be thankful for the start of the 2023 school year. Thankful for fantastic students, amazing staff, great community, and working at Fullerton School District and having great leaders all around us. On behalf of FESMA Board and members of FESMA, we would like to thank Aruni for his service as Board President. Thank you, sir. And welcome Lionel as the new Board President. We look forward to vision, support, continuing effort making Fullerton School District the best. FESMA would also like to wish everyone to have a relaxing winter break and enjoy time with family and friends and get ready for the welcome 2024. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Anna, do we have any public comments today?
President Talavera, we do not have any public comments
Do
tonight.
not? So we can skip that. Okay, awesome. All right. So now we're moving on to approve our board minutes for November 14th. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I will a motion to approve the minutes. I checked them out and found them to be satisfactory.
Awesome. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. And then to approve the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
So, second.
Second. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Wait, discussion. We have to look at A.
We're,
Oh, right.
It's so important to us.
Consent or the agenda?
we're not consenting.
We're just doing agenda.
I know.
You're so
Trust me.
excited. Gift season.
Trust me, I have an asterisk on consent item A. Always.
It's okay.
I don't think that
We
skips
won't move on
anyone's.
without it.
There's no oversight there, I think.
But I do think we are
But-
moved and seconded.
Agenda.
For the agenda,
Let's
so
vote.
everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So 5-0 carries. So now consent agenda. Do we have any discussions on any consent items?
Yes. I'd like to point out the gifts that we received. You want to put them, oh, they're up there? And the total is, I think, $56,000 or $58,000. And most of it coming from our school partners, our PTAs and the such, Fullerton Education Foundation, etc. And right now, let's see that total. There it is, 56,121 and change. We thank every single one of you. And you know, we're almost at the end of this fiscal year. So it's a great time for everybody to donate to their children's schools and community partners to donate and make great things happen for the children for the coming semester. That was it. Thank you to every one of you.
Awesome. Anyone else? Any comments on consent?
Comment. I want to just share with the board, I was looking through all the consent items and I had a question about in consent item Y. And it was, I was curious to learn more about this because it was a new program, pretty intense to look at our literacy and creating teams at every school site, or at least I think it's 10 school sites, to do a really rapid coaching experience for our teachers. My questions were kind of like, where's the money coming from? Have the schools consented? Are they on board? How do we make sure everyone's really excited about this? So I checked in with Dr. Brown, and I'm really excited. I think there's potential for this to be a really useful support to our teachers and our admin as we focus on literacy. I know that's a board goal of ours, and we're using our community schools grant funds primarily to make sure that we're supporting our kids that need the most support in literacy. So I think it's a really great opportunity to set a model for our schools. It'll be based on evidence and really research and trying again. So I'm excited about the opportunity and the fact that I know it's going to be integrated into our teachers' normal school day. So we're not taking a lot of extra time away from, it will be integrated to their PLCs and their professional development, and any additional time that's required after school, they will be compensated for. So I think it's a great way to both increase their ability to be effective, but also I wanted to make sure that we're not adding more to their plate, but really complementing what they're already doing and compensating them if it requires extra work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That was kind of the comment that I had. I thought that I was very excited about this new contract and this new program, and felt like you are really taking seriously the literacy goal. And I think that's what we like to see, is that, you know, we sit and we talk about up here, and that's where we are. And so for you to go out and find something that really is going to focus on literacy makes me very happy. So thank you.
Awesome. All right, with that, we're going to be moving into...
Vote.
Oh, do you have another?
No, just to vote on it.
Oh, sorry.
Consent.
So yeah, approving the consent. No, we did approve consent agenda, didn't we? No? Oh, let's
No.
approve consent agenda. Sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
We're good.
My first little pass.
Yeah,
There we
you're
go.
doing
All right. So everyone, or a motion to approve this consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second? Someone second?
I second. Oh,
All right, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Awesome. All right, now we can move into item number 10. Rob, you want to?
Oh, we may have to skip you.
To skip you.
Just there we go. I don't, just so you know, President Talavera, the most difficult thing you will ever have to do as board president is this. I don't know why they make the most difficult thing the first thing that you have to do. It deals with the financing authority and the Capital Facilities Corporation, and so I believe you have a script in front of you. What we need to do, we need to adjourn, or not adjourn, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, adjourn.
It is adjourned.
Temporarily.
It is
We'll come
adjourned.
back to it, the regular meeting, and go to these corporations where you are going to elect officers to the corporation, elect officers to the authority, and based on what you've already done as a board, and adopt the same dates that you have adopted for these meetings. So I believe you have the script. Then the first one is the financing authority, I believe.
Yes. So we're going to be, So we're going to adjourn this meeting at 7:37. And we're going to we're going to call to order the annual organizational meeting for the Fullerton School District Capital Facilities Corporation at 7:38. And then with that, our first order of business we have before us is the slate of officers for the nominees for the Capital Facilities Corporation, and they are Trustee Talavera as board president shall be appointed as the president of the corporation.
Congratulations.
I get to be the president of corporation.
So, and so one of the things, you can read the entire slate, and then the board can take action on the entire slate.
Okay, so and then we have Beverly Behrman as clerk of a school board trustee shall be appointed as the secretary of the corporation. Dr. Bob Pletka, superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the vice president of the corporation. And Dr. Rob Coughlin, assistant superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the chief financial officer of the corporation. Do we have a motion to approve the slate?
I'll motion to approve the slate.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Congratulations, everyone.
Awesome. So that was
Rob, can just for reference, when was the last time we actually did any business through
the corporation?
Actually, it was about, I want to say it was over a year ago. One of the things we did is the board took action to refinance some of the CFDs, which, and by doing so, lowered the payments to the taxpayers. And instead of keeping that money, we actually just reduced what the taxpayers were paying. So it does happen every now and then. So we have to have this in place.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. So our next order of business is to declare the meeting dates approved and adopted for the Fullerton School District regular meetings of the Board of Trustees for the 2024 calendar year. Also to be the regular meeting dates for the Fullerton School District Capital Facilities Corporation. So do we have a motion to approve?
Yes, I'll motion to approve those dates.
Do we have a second? Second. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Now we're going to adjourn the meeting for the Capital Facilities Corporation at 7:40. So now we close that meeting and we reopen
And just so you know, the
So
corporation, Capital Facilities Corporation, this is for the area of Van Dale properties, and then the next one, the Financing Authority, is the Amherst Heights, which is over by Fissler in that area.
Okay. So now I'm going to be calling to order the annual organization meeting for the Fulton School District Financial Authority at 7:41. All right. So our first order of business we have before us is a slate of officers to be nominated for the Financing Authority. Trustee Talavera shall be appointed as president of the authority. Trustee Berryman should be the clerk. Of the trustees shall be appointed as the clerk of the authority. Dr. Pletka, superintendent of the district, shall be appointed as the executive director of the authority. And Dr. Rob Coughlin, assistant superintendent of business of the school district, shall be appointed as the finance director of the authority. Do we have a motion to approve this slate?
That sounds like a great slate. I want to
Doesn't it?
move to approve it.
Do we have a second?
I second that slate.
All right, everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Awesome. So next order of business is to declare this meeting approved and adopted for the Fullerton School District regular meetings of the Board of Trustees for the 2024 calendar year, to also be the regular meetings of the dates for the Fullerton School District Financing Authority. Do we have a motion to approve those dates?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0 on that. Let's see. Oh, and with that, we adjourn the meeting of the Finance Authority at 7:43. Now we reconvene our regular board meeting for the Board of Trustees at 7:43.
And so what you're going to want to do tonight, you're going to want to do two things. You're going to want to update your LinkedIn account, your president of the board, your president of the authority, and president of the Capital Facilities Corporation. That's the first thing. Second thing is you're going to want to share these titles with your family and your children. They will be very impressed.
I think you should have a card.
Yes.
Wow, that was the
Clerk
most
will take care of
difficult
that.
thing. I mean, it gets easier from there. Awesome. So with that, we're going to be moving to presentation. Chad.
Good evening, President Talavera, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pletka, Cabinet, and audience. We're very excited this evening to be able to provide the board with an update on one of our board goals, and that would be our board goal that is related to safety, and just to provide you with some overall updates on what's happened in the first 6 months of the year. We did a safety update for the board in July, so what's happened in the first 6 months, and then to provide you with some greater data to the new part of this goal, which is really around internet safety, student safety online, and making sure that you all know what's happening on that piece. And our presentation should be popping up here any second. Perfect. Hopefully through the magic of or not. All right. So we'll go with the manual presentation this evening. So we have really two parts of Board Goal 5 that we'll be talking about tonight, which is the safety update as far as some physical and different trainings and sorts of parts of safety we've provided. We will also have an update from Helene Morris and our social emotional baseline data and what we're seeing as far as our student social emotional learning. And then we will have our digital wellness board goal, which is board goal 5.4. Presenters tonight will be Dr. Helene Morris, Dr. Chad Hammett, and Jeremy Davis. All right. So our first board goal really is our first part of the presentation is on board goal 5.2. And this is really dealing with the physical safety measures at our school. We're proud to report that every one of our schools now has fencing, phase 1 of fencing completed. And there is a single point of entry through the front offices. If you've been out to our schools, you'll notice that there's only one way in, and that's through the front office. So really want to thank Rob and his team for making sure that phase 1 fencing was done, and it's ready to go for this school year. We also have security cameras out at all of our sites that are accessible to be viewed by our Fullerton Police Department, by our school staff, and will allow us to be able to get images of anything that may happen on our campuses. And they have the ability to check the perimeters of our campuses and make sure they're safe. One of the things that we also have here in our district is what's called the Raptor system. Anytime a volunteer shows up to one of our schools, they provide a photo ID, and that volunteer is then checked through a database to make sure that they're safe to be on campus. And if someone shows up who shouldn't be there, or someone who has a record that involves being inappropriate with children, staff is immediately notified, police are immediately notified, and we respond. So this is a great way to keep our students safe. One part of the system that I really enjoy is that there's a printed ID badge with the visitor's picture on it. So anytime there's an adult on campus who's not a staff member, everyone's able to know that that adult checked in because they have the visitor badge on. We're in the process right now also of completing playground inspections. We are inspecting every piece of playground equipment in the entire district and ensuring that all of our playgrounds are safe, that all of the equipment is safe, and that it's ensuring that students can use that equipment in a safe way. We also have our frequent fire, life, and safety inspections. Our fire marshal our fire captain for the city of Fullerton comes out, does fire inspections, makes sure all of our sprinklers are working, fire extinguishers, all of our fire exits are wide open. So we're also in the process of that. We have AEDs out at every school site. For those of you who may have come in through the parking lot side of the building, you perhaps noticed the AED that's hanging on the wall in there. The AEDs, a couple of things that we've done this year that have really enhanced that program is we have a monthly system whereby the AED is checked, the battery's checked, and then there's a QR code that we actually scan that goes to a database to ensure that those AEDs are checked monthly and that they're working. We also, in conjunction with the AEDs, have Narcan. And with every one of those AEDs is a Narcan pack so that we can ensure that if someone is under the effects of fentanyl or another opioid, we have those available. Also, our school safety monitors all carry the Narcan. And in addition to every one of our health offices and after-school programs having the Narcan available in case one of our students or a member of our community, as many of our schools tend to be the center of the community, is under the effects of opioid, and we need that Narcan. Just a couple of things on our school and district staff. We're very pleased with our school liaison officer, Amanda Morley. I'm in contact with her almost every day regarding one incident or another. She is very hands-on, very great in the community, and is really making a really big difference for our students, our staff, and our parents. So glad to have her have joined us. We have school safety monitors at our junior highs that are helping us provide additional security and additional assistance to ensure that our perimeters are well maintained and that students are safe on campuses. And we have a safety consultant, Ray Flores, who helps us out when we need some help in particular instances. For example, in training our safety monitors, helping us train our playground supervisors at the elementary level, as our playground supervisors are often a first line of defense and a first line of safety as we're looking at what's happening on our campuses. And then also, for those of you who haven't met our new risk manager, Mari Montgomery, she's here in the back. Super glad to have Mari as part of our team. She comes in with a really fresh set of eyes and a lot of great ideas. Matter of fact, one of those ideas you have in front of you on your desk, it's a safety pamphlet, and that really talks about all of these things we're talking about now and presents them in a very appealing and easy way to see everything that we're doing within our Fullerton School District. And then just a final piece I'd like to touch on are our drills and trainings. We regularly do fire and earthquake drills. We do lockdown drills. We participated in the Great Shakeout this year at all school sites and the district office. We have trained staff on how to use the AEDs and another kit that's called a Stop the Bleed kit. If we ever do have an incident where there's somebody who has been shot or there's an injury, one of the most important ways to save lives is to stop the bleed. So we have Stop the Bleed kits, and staff have been trained on how to use those. We have Narcan. We have an emergency operations center that operates here at the district. Anytime we have an emergency, that emergency operations center opens and helps coordinate our efforts to make sure that those safety pieces are moving forward. One piece that we have as well that I don't know many other districts have is we have a mobile emergency operations center. So if all of our buildings are uninhabitable, we can pull out our mobile emergency operations center and continue to provide command for that emergency through that mobile emergency operations center. We also have trained our playground supervisors. We trained them at the beginning of the year. We provided another training in September, and we'll be providing a third training in January. And really talking about what does active and vigilant supervision look like? What are ways to interact with children? How is it that we can help our children feel more safe and be able to interact better with each other on our campuses? And then the final piece is each and every one of our schools has an emergency bin that's filled with emergency supplies. If we have an incident where students need to be housed on campuses and have to stay for a while, we have supplies for them. And we have a very robust system that ensures those supplies are not only there, but they're in date and they're usable. So lots of pieces on our safety update. I could go on, but I won't because there's many more parts to this presentation that we'd also like to talk about. Yes.
Say about this?
Thank you.
Good job, your whole team. Really, it's impressive.
Thank you. It's my team, so.
Your whole team. Thank you.
Can I ask a point of order? Because this is a long presentation with 3 distinct parts. Do we want to wait till the very end to have discussion and questions, or take it in the 3 sections? What do y'all think?
We have another presentation after this tonight
Yeah.
as well. Maybe just at the end.
Yeah, at the end, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, let's.
All right. Well, good evening, President Talavera and our Board of Trustees, Superintendent Pletka, Executive Cabinet, and everyone who's here with us tonight. So I would also like to briefly introduce our social emotional teaching and learning team who's here with us tonight. If they could just wave when I say their name. Rosanna Fonseca, our Director of SEL and Family Supports. Michael Klein, our Lead Counselor. Amy Lees, our SEL TOSA, and Amy Sotolongo, our PBIS TOSA and 504 Coordinator. All right, so first we're going to talk about the Student Risk Screening Scale for Internalizing and Externalizing Behaviors, or the SRSS-IE, which is a research-based and evidence-based universal screener. It's a teacher observation tool that teachers complete 3 times a year in the fall, winter, and spring. Teachers use a Likert type scale to indicate how frequently they observe students exhibiting 7 externalizing and 5 internalizing behaviors. Similar to data from academic screening tools, the SRSS-IE data, which is a universal behavior screening tool, can be used in a tiered system of supports to identify students for whom Tier 1 efforts may be insufficient, inform teacher-delivered low-intensity supports, and connect students with evidence-based Tier 2 for some and Tier 3 for a few strategies, practices, and interventions. The SRSS-IE lets us know the need of our students. Now later, I will be telling you about the Rethink Ed student survey that answers the question, is our social emotional learning or SEL program working? So the SRSSIE data we're showing you right now is just a snapshot from 3 different moments in time. So as you can see from the table, over a 3-year period, the percentage of students at little or no risk has remained consistent, with 79% in the fall of 2021, a dip in fall 2022 at 77%, and then stabilizing back to 79% for the current school year. Moderate risk was 14% in 2021, with an increase to 16% in 2022 as students returned from the pandemic, and back down to 14.4% for the current school year. And finally, our number of high-risk students was 7% in 2021 and 2022, and then we had a decline to 6.3% during the current school year, which decline means there's less student need. And again, the intent of this data is to identify student need. The SRSSIE can somewhat function as in a progress monitoring capacity, but we have another tool that we're going to share with you for that. And then this is a visual representation of the SRSSIE data that was shown in the previous slide as represented in a bar graph. And so as I said here too, it's like a thermometer. So what are some takeaways when we look at our screening data just for this year, that snapshot in time? So a universal screener should ideally allocate approximately 80% of students to Tier 1, 15% to Tier 2, and 5% to Tier 3 interventions. And these percentages reflect the distribution of students across the 3 tiers of support within the multi-tiered systems of support, or MTSS framework. When the results of a universal screener mirror these scores, it indicates that the identification and allocation of students to different tiers aligns with the recommended distribution. This means that the SRSSIE screener effectively identifies the majority of FSD students who are at or above grade level, Tier 1, as well as those who may require additional support. And now we're going to move on to Rethink Ed. So Rethink Ed, students self-report on a survey, and it provides students with the opportunity to reflect on their social-emotional skills. This survey is based on the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning Competencies, most commonly known as the CASEL 5. The CASEL 5 competencies include self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills. On this progress monitoring screener, students receive a composite score as well as individual scores on each competency. The scaled score demonstrates perceived skills as very high, high, average, low, and very low. Unlike the SRSSIE, where high risk is considered less desirable, in the Rethink Ed survey, a very high skills and high skills score means that the student is developing those SEL skills. So I showed you 3 years of SRSSIE data because we've been using this universal screener with students for several years. Our Rethink Ed survey is newer. During the 2021-22 school year, we launched Universal SEL with our SEL team and the Second Step curriculum district-wide. During that first year, we focused on our progress monitoring efforts on, is the program being implemented with fidelity? It is, and we continue to monitor the program implementation. Additionally, during the 2022-23 school year, I wanted to monitor the effectiveness of our program. So our SEL team launched the Rethink Ed survey in the fall of 2022. We administered this survey in the fall and in the spring, and as such, we now have 2 years of data so we can compare fall 2022 to fall 2023. So over the past 2 years, when we analyze and compare the Rethink Ed data, we can observe the growth of student skills. So in that area of very low skills, there's been a slight improvement with a decrease from 9% to 8%. For low skills, there's been a significant improvement with a decrease from 45% to 39%. For average skills, there's been a moderate improvement with an increase from 38% to 42%. And for high skills, there's been a slight improvement with an increase from 8% to 9%. And with very high skills, there's been a significant improvement with an increase from 1% to 2%. Overall, the data suggests that there has been, this is the same data in a bar graph, and so overall the data suggests that there's been an improvement in all skill levels. The most notable growth can be seen in the average skills and very high skills. This slide is a visual bar graph representation of the data on the previous slide, and it illustrates that compared to fall 2022, there was an increase in the percentage of students with higher skill levels and a decrease in lower levels. It's important to note that fall 2022 had higher percentages of students with low and very low skills, which skewed the data towards low and very low levels. However, the data from fall 2023 had a more typical bell-shaped distribution, and you can even see that kind of bell shape right there, indicating some very positive momentum. Later this year, we will be able to compare our spring 2024 and spring 2023 results, and next year we'll have 3 years of data to analyze the effectiveness of our program with the fall 2024 data. So we have some exciting things on the horizon. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Davis, who's going to talk to us about digital wellness.
Evening, trustees. President Talavera, it's got a nice ring to it, right? It's got excellent. All right. Everyone else got to introduce some other teams. So we have Pablo here tonight, who is our interim director, taking Wes's spot in the past. So thank you, Pablo, for being here. He's instrumental in what we're doing with digital wellness. So well done, sir. Thank you. Quickly, we'll do a little bit of where we've been on the parent education piece. So as you know, digital wellness, we've been trying to do more with students, more with parents. And so we've been at Champions for Children. We've been at DLAC. We've been at Champions for Learning. We presented to the LCAP committee. Every school that wants us will have us by June. Thursday is Laguna Road and Friday is Parks. I've been doing a lot of coffee with parents and coffee with principal mornings. I did a presentation at SITE, which is California IT and Education. That's the conference I was at right before. CSBA, where I got sick and couldn't come. And for an 8 a.m. Tuesday session, we had 50 districts in the room listening to what we're doing with SEL. And I ended up having to make copies in Google of everything I was presenting because they all wanted to steal it. So there's 50 districts now using all our stuff, which is great because we can't sell it, so might as well give it away. So it was great. That was exciting. Orange County Department of Ed, we were going to present in January. I worked with Darlene this week, and they're going to push it to like February or March, but they want us to work with some of these other districts and sort of show off what we're doing. And then I'll be working, Ruthie's asked me to come present at Vanguard at Ensuring Justice Conference on what we're doing as a district in the digital wellness arena as well. So that's in March, I believe, yes. And then we're working on a video presentation. Basically, we're taking everything we're doing for these parent presentations, turning it into a movie that anybody can watch at any point in time. We'll have Spanish and Korean because even though we're getting to every school, sometimes 5 people come and then they hear about it and they're like, can you come back next time because like 30 people want to come now because they didn't believe the principal when they said it would be good. So we're building, but we want to have something that anybody can watch at any time, just clicking on our website and going. So that is in the works. Curriculum and changes. We did student focus groups. We did 6th grade and 8th grade student focus groups. Had some fun with different groups, sort of asking them. We did what's called a ROSE protocol, which is Rose, Bud, and Thorn. Asking the students what's great about digital citizenship lessons. That's the Rose. The Bud is what could we do a little better? And the Thorn is get rid of it. Like, no, this is a horrible part of the lesson. So we did that with our kids, and it was fun. We actually took all of their analysis and threw it into something called Claude AI, and it did a really cool, quick AI analysis of what they had said, and then the kids got to watch it and say, yeah, that is what we said. Good job. So it was fun to see what we should do to change some of the lessons. We are working on the SEL lessons, so working with the amazing SEL team over here on second step and performance tasks and how to make those more digital. So we're actually working on new performance tasks for second semester. And then we're doing what we're calling sort of a counselor lesson. So we had a meeting on Friday with Michael and Amy and Rosanna and this team. And what we basically were looking at is where were some of the weaknesses in the survey we did, and how can we make a lesson around that where so the kids really get that they have a trusted adult on campus. It's a big deal for us. So wanted to show you some of the survey results. So 4,220 4th through 8th graders had answered as of 12/7 when we made this presentation. Here are some of the takeaways. So that first one, do you play online games? Yes, they all do. Okay, pretty much all of them. That 10% who say they don't it's probably not accurate. Yes, they all play games, okay? How many of them have a smartphone, the bottom right? 75% 4th through 8th graders have a smartphone, right? So they are online all the time, constantly in their pocket, which is good because it's the world's knowledge. So if we teach them how to use it correctly, it's beyond powerful, and we want them to have the world's knowledge in their pocket. We just want them to use it the right way. And then, do you use social media? We have 63% there saying yes, they use it. After this, I realized use might not have been the best word, because this doesn't mean they have a TikTok account. This means, have they seen like a TikTok video, right? So they could have taken it either way. So I realized after 4,000 of them had taken it, maybe I should have tweaked the language just a little bit to get a better idea of, do you actually have an account you log into versus have you seen some videos, right? Like, I do not have a TikTok account, but I've seen some TikTok videos. So again, but again, tons of our kids, yes, all over the technology, doing all kinds of fun stuff. Some neat pieces here. What we asked them was things like, do people invite them to meet in real life? When I did a student group, the 8th graders were like, oh, you can get rid of that question. Nobody ever asks us anymore to meet in real life. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. We left it in anyway because we really wanted to see, but it's only 7% have ever had somebody they don't know ask to meet them in real life, but it's still a good number. We want that data. We want to know what's going on out there, right? Do people they don't know ask for their personal info? Yes. Do they accept friends or followers they don't know in real life? 21%. That's not going to go to zero ever. If any of you have teenagers who play video games, that's their world. Their world is they want to play with a bunch of other people. And if I'm playing with Bev, we're playing a good shoot-'em-up game, and Bev's like, oh, this is my friend Aruni. You'll like him. He's cool. Okay, thanks. Yeah, join. Boom. I don't know who Aruni is. I've never met the guy, but yes, I just hit yes because I want more friends. Because sometimes their entire world of friends is bigger online than it is in real life. So that's not, again, when we look at these, we don't want you to judge and say, okay, we never want them to accept a friend or follower. What we want them to know is, are there dangers to accepting a friend or follower? What does that actually mean? So, sorry. So, the great thing is, do they feel safe on their personal devices? Do they feel safe when they're online on a school device? Sort of funny. 75% feel safe on our devices, 82% on their own. Really interesting, because maybe safe for them is like, we know the district is watching, so we're not safe because they know what we're up to. So don't know exactly what they meant by safe in this case, but unless their stuff is really, really well filtered, that should be flipped, but that's okay. Are they comfortable saying no when being asked for personal information or photos? Yes, 90% of them are comfortable saying no. That's excellent, right? Do we want to go after that 10? 100%. We want to go get that 10% and be like, hey, remember those lessons we taught you? Okay. So then trusted adult at school, if something bad happens online, we're at 66%. Do they have that trusted adult? We need that to go up. I know what to do if I accidentally share personal information online, 55%. That's going to be in that lesson as well. Like, because it's already in some of our lessons, but it obviously needs to be in more because we're only at 55%. This one, we got a giggle out of in cabinet. I have control over photos and personal information I share online. 42%. No, that's no, you don't ever, for any reason. So we need to get that to like zero, like all of them understanding, no, the moment I put a photo online, it's now the world's photo. It's not mine anymore. So that need to add to a few more of our lessons to make sure there's repetition on that one, because that one's obviously hasn't been drilled in yet. I've shared personal information or a photo with someone I never met in real life, 9%. Okay, again, we didn't delve down into, was this someone you've been playing video games with for 3 years who's your best friend's friend, or is this some random person you just met 5 minutes ago asking you for a photo and you're like, yeah, here you go. Okay, so because that could be really bad. So again, we'll delve into that more. I know how to manage my privacy settings. That's great that we're at 80%, because remember, this is 4th graders. 4th through 8th graders are awarded 80%, so very excited. These are great numbers. I know how to report bullying, 80%. If I am being bullied, or I would report it, 75%. I'd love to see that to get to 100%, that everybody would be willing to report it if they were being bullied. So lots of celebrations. We've already talked about these as I went through our celebration pieces. And then we have the new lessons. So we're basically taking the pieces that are a little concerning to us, and we're working on with Michael and the SEL group over there a lesson that either counselors will deliver or will turn into a video that a counselor at certain levels could deliver or a teacher could deliver, where we're going to ask principals, give us who are the pictures of all the adults on your campus. That should be a slide in here of these are all the people you can trust. Who are our mental health associates? Who is our counselor? What do they do? And that's part of this lesson. So we'll be wrapping each of these pieces into one new lesson for 4th through 8th grade. They'll be delivered in second semester. And we can easily wrap this into a 20-minute lesson because all of these are already in parts of other lessons we've done that they're scaffolded K through 8. This will be another emphasis in that, and we'll also be covering a lot of these in the SEL lessons that we're creating. So that's the curriculum changes, those student focus groups, the SEL. And then we have pushed the bullying link for every single school onto the iPads. So the kids have a link right on their iPad that they can report bullying instantly. It goes to the principal directly at each school. And if it needs to be reported then to Helene, the principal can reach out to Helene for support if it's a higher level bullying that won't be handled through PBIS or through their normal discipline procedures. If it's something that's sort of a higher level, Helene gets involved. Dr. Morris, sorry, gets involved. So that's sort of where we are. And what we've been up to, and we will continue to come back and update you as we do more.
Awesome. Thank you all three for sharing that. Questions, comments from fellow trustees? Who wants to start?
Go ahead.
Well, could we do it in sections? Because I have comments and
Yeah,
questions for all three, but maybe kind of tackle one and then the other.
Yeah, we can ask whoever
Yeah.
to answer the question.
Start at the
based
beginning
on,
or backwards?
however you want.
Okay, start at the beginning.
You can play musical chairs up
Let
there.
me go back.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
Or
So,
musical
Dr.
microphone.
Hammett, I just had a couple questions. I'm so grateful for all the work we are doing to move towards safety. I know it affects our kids' mental health and well-being to feel safe at school, and our parents too, to know that they can trust that we're doing everything possible to keep their precious babies safe while they're with us. I love that we've got Narcan at every location. That's something we need to promote and advertise and put posters up. I'm really excited because I know something that's been new. I wanted to my questions are shorter for this. I was wondering about specifically the school school liaison officer. How much time has been spent in planning and drilling? Because is that continuing to be an expectation of her role?
Yes, it is. And matter of fact, she is involved she was involved in our Great Shakeout. She is involved on the campuses. The campuses are calling her out when they're doing an earthquake drill, fire drill. She's involved in that process. We're also getting ready to do a drill just with Fullerton PD, where they'll be accessing cameras as part of a drill process to see how that works. And then we also include her when a school is doing a lockdown drill to make sure that she is able to participate in that drill, but then communicating with the police department, so we see that clear line of communication happening between her and the larger police department.
So are we seeing a benefit of having that partnership with the police?
Most definitely, yes.
And having that and planning and preparing in drills. That's good to, thank you. And our safety monitors, are they just at junior highs? I wasn't sure.
We have safety monitors at every junior high, and then we have one at Pacific Drive.
And our K-8s as well, or just our?
Just at our junior highs.
Junior high campus, okay. Oh, I had a question. You were talking about auditing the playgrounds for safety.
Yes.
I wondered, I know this is a bit tangential, but could it be possible in that process to also audit for access for all kids as we're looking at playground equipment, to also be assessing, do all children have access, depending on disabilities that may be a barrier for some?
I think that would be part of the process that we would go through related to potential bond if we decide to go that way to look at the access. Every year we do make some adjustments and changes to playground equipment and mainly to surfacing, which is one of the first areas of access based on children's disabilities and mobility needs. We have made changes to quite a few schools in that area. So the current training that we're providing and the organization we're using to help us look at our playgrounds doesn't look at accessibility.
Okay,
but
so
that
it's a
would be
separate
something
contract
separate,
then.
correct.
Okay, I was thinking if our staff were already on site looking at playground equipment, it would make sense to kind of possibly integrate that into the process. But if we're contracting those with specific expertise,
Yeah, and
it
this
maybe
is
doesn't.
focused specifically on, is the equipment safe? Is everything as it should be? And is it operating appropriately?
Okay. I mean, I think safety, though, applies to all kids. So we could, I mean, even ask the question depending on not just your typically abled kid, but like what safety looks like for all kids, right? In that process.
Let me just jump in there real quick. I think also as part of our facility plan, looking at the surfaces in particular and which playgrounds need to be updated. And Scott, a real quick piece. I mean, I know we went out and looked at the schools that have the chips versus those that, what's the spongy material called? Pour and play. So that aspect of looking at the playground equipment as well as the pour and play, part of our facility plan and for sure a part of what we're looking to do. Actually, regardless of whether we get the bond, the difference is how quickly all of that happens. So, Scott, you want to just say one or two things about that more?
We've updated quite a few of the playgrounds in the last 3 or 4 years, spread that around the district into the pour and plays. Most of our wood chip pits do have a concrete ramp that used to be the standard for ADA access to the pit, but we know that it's not really feasible, so that's why we're trying to update the wood chip pits.
So we would know then which playgrounds are accessible and which are not currently. Okay.
With your report.
Sorry?
With the report that you're doing, the facility plan that you're doing.
Yes.
Well, I guess I would say, I mean, I hope it's a standard of safety to think about safety for all kids no matter what devices they're using to get around. You know, so as we think about our playgrounds safe, are they safe for everybody?
And that's why you'll see the sites where we have made improvements. We've had children who need access, who have perhaps a need that requires a device or something to access, and that's where we have replaced the wood chips with the pour and play. So I know of those sites where we have children, and we've done those particular changes at those sites.
Okay. I'm just saying, as we go forward, I would love to think about as a consideration of safety is also ensuring that, you know, all kids can access the playground in whatever that, you know, way they're meant to be used.
Yes.
I think the
Safely.
the short answer is yes. I think it's just, to be honest, embedded. I know this is kind of inside baseball, but embedded in different departments. Right now, it's more in the facilities department in terms of looking at which and identifying the sites where we have to upgrade the equipment and
Yeah. Okay. That's it for that for me.
On that same thing, okay, on the idea of the Narcan, whoops, sorry. On the Narcan, first of all, wow, if everybody in this country did what we're doing, a lot of lives would be saved. I don't want to advertise it. I want all of our staff to know. I like our parents to know, but I don't want people who might be tempted to take drugs that could land up being laced with fentanyl to think they don't need to worry because our sites have Narcan. And so I don't want anybody to get that in their head. And even if it's one student, I don't want anybody to think, oh, because sometimes when you hear speakers in junior highs, we used to hear speakers in junior highs about how they overcame addiction and things like that. Later we heard that some students felt emboldened by that. If that person could get over it, I could get over it, so I'm going to try. And you never know what goes on in a young mind. So I'm just so proud that we have that in all of our schools and here at the district, because one never knows. One just never knows. Does that stuff go out of date?
It does have an expiration date. However, we have a renewal plan in place to make sure that we can renew what we have when it goes out of date.
So that's expensive, right?
Fortunately, the state has helped supplement. We applied during a grant period, and we were able to get all of our Narcan during a grant period, and we're seeing some movement in Sacramento, so we're hoping that will continue to be something that we can get through grants.
Thank you. That's one. Please take that back to our Congress lady and let her know how important that is to our district. Thank you.
But I just want to say, anyone who needs it, we want them to have access to it.
Oh, absolutely.
No matter who it is or what reasons.
Adults, kids, teachers,
yeah,
supervisors, everybody. I just want.
And people accidentally take fentanyl. People are exposed to fentanyl. It's not to shame folks who, choose for whatever reasons to use substances or not by accident. We want it to be safe for everybody in our community.
Exactly. Oh,
yeah.
No question
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm thrilled we have it everywhere.
I'm curious about our school liaison officer and what, if you had to guesstimate what the majority of the work that she's been doing has been. Has it been mostly, I know that we've had parents that could need some additional help or, I don't know what the word for it is, but what does she spend most of her time doing?
She is spending most of her time assisting the schools, especially between the junior highs. Actually, at the elementary, the 20 sites, she's very, very busy.
Right.
And she really does spend a lot of her time interacting with the community and the schools, and that interplay between the two. We just and additionally, we've seen a lot of crisis in families. We've seen a lot of incidents where she's been involved with some family crisis that maybe started at home and has come to the school, and helping us work our way through those pieces.
Thank you. Yeah, she seems very compassionate and empathetic, and looks like she is good at what she's doing. So thank you.
She's great. Yes, she has been able to work through situations
Yes.
that have been very, very delicate and very tricky, and develop win-win situations.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Hatchett, do you want to continue with
Yes.
next parts?
Yes. I'm really, so with both the teacher assessment of students as well as the Rethink Ed, I'm really grateful that our staff are investing in these ways and that we're measuring all of the efforts that we're making. Because like you said, I love that the first year it was just about implementing it with fidelity, making sure we're doing the work well. And now we're measuring what difference is it making. And that's really, really important for us as we think about what's the next level, right? And how do we focus our resources to do that well? I am curious, though. I'd love to I think it's important for us as district leaders looking at this kind of, 10,000 feet, the district level response to ask the question of how do we better target our resources and know how to make informed decisions. Because I know that this, especially as I thought about Rethink Ed, it's measuring all of our efforts to improve SEL and all of our efforts to address mental health needs of our kids, social emotional skills, or I should probably say specifically social emotional skills, but that might be the second step curriculum. It might be the counselor's interventions. It might be a teacher that is making a special effort knowing it's a board goal. There's lots of interventions that we're doing, and I think without having more drilled down data to better understand what is making the difference, it's hard for us, I will just say, to make decisions about where we put our energies and our money, frankly, that's going to have the most impact for our students and where there might be the most need. So I was thinking about, obviously it's so critical. Our kids are performing better when their emotional needs are met, when they feel safe and secure and like they are known and loved in the school classroom. We know it's absolutely essential for their academic well-being and progress and deeper level thinking and growth and all of those things. So it's not a question of do we want to do this, it's just how do we target those things is what I would like to learn more about. And I feel like the presentation that we saw, that data, doesn't really give us what I think are the instruments to make good decisions. I mean, the bell curve we saw, 81% of kids being in that kind of middle from low to average. It's like, I want to see us grow beyond low to average, you know? And so how do we look at where we invest that? You know, I was looking at the Rethink Ed website, and it says that it promises evidence-based targeted SEL plans, easy analysis to track trends across schools and students so that we can quickly identify students who are not making progress and analyze interventions across the district to determine which interventions lead to the highest rate of student success. If that's the promise, I would like to learn more about how we use that data. You know, so we know which interventions are making the biggest difference for our kids and where we need to focus and target. This maybe specific groups that need more intervention. My concern is like the information we're presented with, at least, we don't know, you know, whether it's specific grade levels that need more intervention, whether it's by gender or identity, whether race and culture or economic status. If other certain specific groups need more targeted interventions, I want to put our money there. I want to put our efforts there as a district so that we can see the biggest progress and growth for those students.
So kind of let me chunk out some pieces. So one is a lot of the systems aren't necessarily meant to be redundant systems that do the same thing but do different things. So think of Second Step. That's not necessarily to help kids in crisis. It is helps to provide baseline data. So part of it is we're not trying to compare different responses as if they all do the same thing. So part of it, you know, and Helene talks about the pyramid. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So our systems are meant to address needs of, I would say, from kind of a base level to more intensive needs. So how do we know they're working? So let's back up. One is the systems that we buy are research-based. So with some rare exceptions, counseling is research-based in terms of studies that have been done. Second Step is research-based. So the strategies that we're using that have been done and repeated multiple times. So for us, we don't, two things. There are universities, in fact, almost all of them, have specific positions that full-time do research and evaluation. Large districts do typically. LA, San Diego, they'll have a full-time, usually it's a PhD, somebody that does research and evaluation. And I want to say, too, to do good research, to answer the question, is this working? It's not just about a statistical analysis. You're really asking for research study, which is a different piece. What we're presenting is outcome data. We're showing that as practitioners, what we're doing collectively is making a difference. As far as being able to do some sort of multiple regression, applying a particular type of correlation coefficient to try to be able to apply a particular study, that's beyond the positions that we have. So what have we done in the past? We've hired out, so we've done studies. So as a board, you can always say, you know what, this is so important, we want to commit funds to it. Just to give you an idea, though, a good study that would actually be able to say, with let's say a 95% confidence level, that this particular intervention is having this effect, you're talking in some cases about hundreds of hours to design the study, to go ahead and implement the study, and then to do the analysis. I mean, there's a reason why, just as an example, why when we have contracted out, as an example with Cal State Fullerton, with West Ed, the costs range from $10,000 to $50,000. We did a full study a few years with West Ed that was $200,000. The good news is we didn't have to pay for it. It was a grant. But it was a study to look at causation, and that literally took a team of researchers hundreds of hours. So if the question is, right now when we produce outcome data, are we able to say with a 95% confidence level what intervention? We don't, and it's not designed, this presentation isn't designed to do that. If it is the intention of the board to say, no, we want to measure our interventions, these 5 or 6 different interventions, we want to propose a study, hire a researcher to do it, you can do that. But I am saying that is beyond the types of presentations that typically staff expertise. A good research study is something that takes usually the expertise of someone who's done multiple studies. And so if that is the intent, you can do that. You can hire people. You might even know somebody here that has done research studies. And WestEd is somebody that we have contracted on a limited basis. Just know every study, there is a cost. But if there's something to say, I really want to know as a board if this is making a difference, we can contract out. And the way that would work is you would say, it is so important to me to see whether this particular intervention is making a difference. Someone seconds it like they always do, and then we would bring a contract back, we would put it on the agenda, and then you would discuss and vote. So I don't know if you're trying to ask the question, which of these interventions are with, let's say, a high level of confidence, 95%, that would be kind of a standard in social sciences, that this is making a difference, that's a whole job. That's it literally, like I said, WestEd, you're talking about hundreds of hours. That doesn't mean it can't be done. It just means it's not something that we would typically do in a presentation, largely because you're talking, again, about...
But the data is already collected from our students, right? So it's more about analysis of what we already have. I mean, I guess I was curious, like, how do we, if the data is already there, couldn't we find out more by digging into it?
I mean, data
it's not a new
study.
Data
is always interesting. I love data. It is something I spend a lot of time with, and it's of particular interest to me. And I think there's always nuggets to be revealed. However, just the analysis of the data does basically kind of post-mortem, without being intentional in designing a study, isn't going to necessarily produce the sort of like confidence level that you would expect, let's say, a researcher to do. So if you're interested in things, I think, there's always analysis, but again, you're talking, it's not a simple thing to do multiple regression. It is not a simple, meaning there's time to do it, and that assumes that all of the data is there. So let's say giant database, SSRIE, which isn't necessarily meant to be a progress monitoring tool. It's a screener tool to produce and identify students in need. Can something like SSRIE be turned into a progress monitoring tool? It could, but it's not designed to be so. So you're looking at someone that's going to literally spend a fair amount of time pulling out that data, and then it's not just comparing, let's say we want to control for variables. You're not just going to compare Latino students to potentially Korean versus Caucasian versus Indian students. You would want to also look at like socioeconomics. Good studies also control for other variables. So
foster youth,
and
poverty.
So that's not to say it can't be done. I'm just saying that it's not as simple as a few reports and putting that. It would take time, and if the board is the will of the board to do it, we would hire it out. And we have good people. We have great universities that we have, and so it's not that it can't be done, but it is beyond the scope of the sort of outcome data that we typically produce.
But when we have a student who needs help,
right,
is data going to change the way I help that child?
No.
I would say for sure we always look at data in terms of an outcome, but it's not just like whether it works or not. It's what intervention is appropriate based on the needs of a child. So let's say a child is being bullied online. That's one level of intervention versus an intervention of, let's say a student is experiencing suicidal ideation. It's not like, well, this intervention that we're doing second step is better no, we would say counseling,
Right.
mental health support is more important than second step because second step was not
Mhm.
even designed to do so.
We're going to give our students what they need based on what they need. Doesn't matter their gender, doesn't matter their ethnicity, it doesn't matter where they're coming from. I look at this and I see this information. I'm not quite sure I'm sold on asking for more data because I look at this as we're going to treat our children based on what they need individually. And data is not going to tell me any different. It may, I think at the long run, what you might be saying is like what interventions work best with which students or what interventions work best at which time you give them. But I think we're just going to give the students what they need when they need it. I don't know if I want, again, and I think it's something that we could spend a lot of time talking about this,
Yeah.
but I think as a group, it sounds to me like it's very intensive for that information. And is it relevant? And I think that's a discussion we might need to have, but it's a discussion I think that we'd have to have based on how much it would cost us and what the hours are and what have you. Because I personally would much rather our staff spend time working individually with our students and working on our, I know that mental health is important, but I don't know if if that data is as important.
I think there's two pieces. One is if you're looking at evaluating the effectiveness or efficacy of a program or intervention, the time to do that is during the selection. And so for sure, looking at the efficacy of a particular intervention, we're going to do X, Y, Z. That would be the time that you're going to be looking at potentially research studies that are already done. Usually there's white papers that you can access. And so the next time around, if we were, let's say we're looking at maybe a new second step, or we're looking at, that would be the time to look at maybe the efficacy across 3 different programs and say this or that. As far as data, we use data all the time, but not in a way to answer the question on the efficacy of the intervention, except within the cycle of selection. So once we've selected it, we're not each minute changing, okay, this year we're going to go from second step to this other intervention. They have a cycle typically, I'm speaking broadly here, 5 to 7 years.
And we're in 2 years right now of
third year.
We're in our 3rd year.
So we would then look at that alternative intervention. Now, as far as what's within, let's say counseling, let's pick a couple different ways that we see counseling operationalized. Yes, we would look at data to say, let's say small group, we do small group counseling. So that's using data. At one-on-one counseling, I'm very excited about our telehealth that really is expanding. We'll be doing Hazel Health. So looking at, for sure, some of the data to say what percentage of kids are we receiving, and then looking at something like Rethink Ed to say, are we looking at it and are we seeing students getting better, let's say, in the skills that they do. So we do look at data, but it's not, I'm trying to separate out, like, answering at a 95% confidence level whether this intervention is working well with this particular group. That's not the sort of, I'll be honest, we don't have a position, and we have not contracted out that. But if you're asking, are we using data to say this child, telehealth isn't going to work because we found in this context telehealth doesn't work, and in fact we've found that it's in this situation. So that sort of use of data, we do that. But if you're the other piece of like efficacy, once we know that a program is research-based, and we have, and one other, like, again, inside baseball piece, but if something is state-approved curriculum, it's had to go through a rigorous process where they've done research studies, and then because it's been shown at a high level of efficacy, then we're able to basically purchase it. So that's a whole other, and we do rely on the state, and we do rely on the county for those types of studies and the expertise they provide.
And from what your presentation said is that we start a program, we tweak a program, the teachers have different information that they might use, and it gets better as they move on. And being in the third year now, it seems like they're getting more comfortable with the curriculum, they're getting more comfortable in delivery, they're getting more comfortable with what each module is and making that work for them.
So I think this is what I'm hearing. I want to make sure I hear this clearly. We put out there that mental health and student health and teacher health is very important to this board. We put a goal out there. The district comes back to us with some program suggestions. And they tell us, and it's really faith that we vote on these things. It's usually in consent. And they tell us this program, we believe, is the state of the art for this situation. Okay? And then, but the programs have to be selected per child, per incident, per student. And then the programs that we have in our district are implemented from our professionals to what they think is the best way to handle a situation. But it is not our place to pick the programs or to give specific direction. It's on you, sort of, to tell your staff, find the solutions, make things better. We want more dramatic results, positive for students. And what we saw tonight was the best efforts on outcomes, measured both by staff and by self-evaluation, self-reflection, I think the term was. And from that, we see that there is an improvement. We saw a dip during COVID, and now we see things coming back to what was, and we're hoping that in the next year, it will even be better. And if it's better than it was 2 years ago prior to COVID, then we can say we're doing a better job and these tools are working. Now, have I gotten this right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. It's always fair for the board to ask questions about efficacy. I think it's always fair.
Right.
I think there is time periods where I think it's more fair. So
Or irrelevant.
right.
For
So
the opportunity for change.
right. So right now we're to year 2, year 3, and I don't think this is the time to say, you know what? Let's look at the efficacy of second step. Again, we're generally talking 5 to 7 years on a curriculum, and it goes through a process. We had a committee that looked at it and selected. So I think it's fair to say, you know what, on the next round, let's look at second step, and maybe there's some alternatives, and we can do a comparison of efficacy. Those white papers exist. I mean, and the state, in some cases, actually can provide that data. We can provide that to all of you. Now, of course, picking and selecting an intervention isn't just about efficacy. It's also use. And at some point, teachers use it, counselors use it, so there's a pragmatic element. So I think looking at that piece, I think, there's a time for that. As far as, again, if you're trying to look and say, well, in the future, we would like to say, I'll give it some examples. So we have Hazel Health right now. It's for free. We have Care Solace doing telehealth. Both of them do telehealth. One's for free. One we got through the grant. We already did the one with the grant. The Hazel Health is new. Someone might just say, why didn't you stick with Hazel Health from the beginning? It's because Hazel Health just came on. We purchased the original one. And then, so those are telehealth in one bucket. We have another bucket. We do one-on-one counseling. That continues to happen. We have counselors and therapists that provide counseling, mental health counseling. Those are one-on-one. And then we have, again, some small group that's happening. So I think, as we look to provide you outcomes, here's what we can do. We can say these are the sorts of things that we see in each of those areas. These are the number of students that we serve. These are the sorts of, some basic things. But as soon as you start asking, a kid received one-on-one counseling from Mr. Klein for 6 weeks, and he then also received telehealth for 6 weeks. And he also, and this all is very possible, and he also had Second Step. And oh, by the way, he had a really caring teacher that mentored him and guided him. And now you say, which of these 5 experiences through multiple regression could we then decide was the most effective? First of all, I don't even know if we'd want to do that. Would we? So at one point, would you go, Michael Klein, you're not going to receive the counseling because it wasn't as effective as the telehealth. I think part of it is we're practitioners. At some point, if someone needs one-on-one counseling, we're going to provide it. And I don't know if I'd want to pick or choose. And so
well, and there's certainly a synergistic effect that happens when kids feel supported in many dimensions, right? If they feel safe in the classroom and their peers are talking about your feelings and they're also getting counseling, all of those things can work in tandem together for a better outcome. I will say I don't have an agenda of it's not trying to say one is better, let's put all our eggs in one basket. It's simply to have a better handle. And I think probably when it's time to look again at, or do we want to re-up the curriculum or change, to know what's making a difference. But I think there is opportunity to steer the ship when we say, wow, one-on-one counseling is really what our kids are benefiting the most from, let's hire more. Whatever it might be that we find there's greater demand and impact. And I just don't know, I can't answer that question, and maybe that's not my job to answer it, but the data that I'm seeing, I can't make that assert whether that's, and maybe that's okay that I don't need to be the one that makes that decision. But I think I'm curious, and I would think we would all be curious to better understand how different groups are affected by these things. In the same way we look at literacy and we ask, are our kids who are most vulnerable to other barriers, social barriers, are they accessing our resources and our opportunities in the same way? I'm curious about our kids. Are they also accessing the same benefits and resources? And that might be a problem if we're not measuring things correctly, or it could be that there are more barriers they're crossing to get access to these things. So I'm curious about that. It's not necessarily that I need a new survey or data or study, but even just to disaggregate the data that we already have a little bit. And for instance, I was thinking about how girls nationally, girls right now are facing a crisis of mental health, especially around loneliness. And social media is a major factor that we're reading about, right? If we know our girls are specifically in FSD suffering from loneliness, maybe we talk about friendship circles and we build that up specifically for girls that are experiencing those things. It just would help us target our responses. It's not to say not every kid would get these things, but it just helps us make better decisions. And I'm curious even if our staff have all these answers, great. But when I asked to sort of say, what do we know? How can we dig deeper? It was, well, that would be a lot of work. And so I'd like to know, do we have the ability to even to unpack this data?
I would say to unpack the data to answer your questions about efficacy based on controlling for multiple factors, you're talking about a tremendous amount of time. And for us, our practitioners are working. So they're working to implement the programs, they're working to implement the interventions. And so at this point, it's not it's not that it's too much, it's about what you want to prioritize. And so if in the end let's say the 5, you said, you know what, we want you to drop the implementation or slow down on that, or the monitoring, or even and instead we would like staff. Let's be honest. As someone who I haven't done a lot of studies, but the few that I have done, I will say they're hundreds of hours. I've worked on a team where we looked at student achievement across the county. Personally, I was a member of a 4-member team, and I spent hundreds of hours doing the study, and I was just supporting the researcher doing that. as somebody that have worked with research companies, it's not just amount of work, it's also about expertise. So when we start talking about, well, what correlation coefficient of the 4 or 5 types they're going to use, which one is most appropriate in this situation to answer the question about efficacy, it takes an expertise. If we're going to design a study, we're going to do matched cohort, we're going to look at, to do a matched cohort well, requires a level of expertise. I mean, thank God we have researchers and that go in and have expertise in this area and have doctorates in research and evaluation. So it's not about work, it's what, in a sense, you've asked us to do, which is to focus on the execution of the programs. And then maybe someone says, well, how do you know if it's even work? Well, we are using research in our field that's been done, in some cases, hundreds and hundreds of times. And so we'll do counseling. There are all kinds of studies that it works. But it's not just about efficacy of counseling versus telehealth. Right now, I have no doubt that a counselor one-on-one is going to be quite a bit more effective and available to more kids in need. But it's also about scalability. So if at some point I have a lower level problem or issue that can be resolved through telehealth, and then somebody that has the greater need needs the counselor, I would then put the person in the greatest need with the limited resources, which is the counselor. I look at Michael because Michael's the counselor here. But so it's not just which is the most effective, it's also about the resources that we have and trying to use them in ways that are most thoughtful. The kids that are in most need, we want to put one-on-one. Kids that are suffering or having challenges that can be resolved effectively through telehealth. So, example, we met with Hazel Health. They gave us some criteria of what sorts of challenges that can be dealt with effectively in telehealth. And they have said, for example, Carasolis has said, this situation doesn't apply. This is not a good telehealth. So it's not just as simple of which one is most effective, because that's not the only. We're also trying to make our resources scalable. And so when we make selection of the most appropriate intervention, it's also based on the individual needs and if their challenges fall within a certain efficacy of that program or intention of that program.
President Talavera, can I have a break? 5 minutes, please.
Yeah. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and we'll come back and finish up with With, any other questions or comments from the board? No? We got one, do we got one more? I think we got the digital. Yeah, you want to go digital wellness? Jeremy, I think. Does someone else want to?
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad that we're making this progress in this really important area. Thank you guys, and the team.
And I love the rose, the bud, and the thorn. I'm going to figure out how to use that somewhere. That was great. But mostly I liked how you pulled out what needs to be tweaked, and you will figure out the lessons. And I really like that you're putting it online so that people who didn't show up can, and not just because they didn't believe, because they had to work. They had a sick kid at home.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't feel well that day. That there's an opportunity for them to see it in whatever language they speak, and that PTA people can just show it at a meeting.
Yes.
You know, you don't have to do it at your home. They can just show it at the meeting. Here's part of the presentation, and that was really good. And I was also impressed by the student data, the percentages. It was so interesting, and it wasn't that it shocked me, but it verified, you might say, thoughts and things like that, and the percentage of children who feel so safe on the internet. That was good, and it was also frightening.
Yeah, and I think part of that is also, like, I'm really grateful to FIDA because it's our teachers who've been teaching these lessons. There's a reason we get these awards from Common Sense Media for the last 5 years, and it's because we have consistent implementation of every classroom, K through 8. And it's not just checking a box. You know, we have a lot of principals that are walking through, and it's happening. The lessons are being taught. So you have this incredible scaffold of at least 3 lessons, K through 8. So by the time there are 4th graders through 8th graders answering this survey, I felt really good about the numbers. You know, it's like, yes, they've been listening. Real quick anecdote, when I went out and asked them, I showed the kids these surveys, and I said, what's something we haven't taught you that you'd like to know? And one of the girls said, how not to be stalked and killed online. I said,
oh, that's good.
I said, yes, 100%. And then, but there were the other 8th graders in the room. I said, hey, do you guys know how not to be stalked online? They said, don't put your photo online. Don't put your personal. Like, it was so funny. They gave me all the bullet points we've been teaching them from kindergarten on about how to be safe online. It's like, oh yeah, you told us all that stuff. I'm like, good. Okay, yay, yeah. I was excited that yes, they sort of were. They were almost frustrated they had heard it so much. So yes, you don't tell anyone your information. You don't tell them where you live. You never send them your photos. So it was real affirming, but at the same time, somebody saying, "Ooh, teach us this," and everybody else is like, "They already have done that." So they're affirmed, but there's always more. There's always more. There's always more. There's always more we can do. And what we don't want to do is say, "Hey, teachers, here's 20 more lessons." No. We've already taken a lot of their time with whether it's Second Step or their digital citizenship. But why not take SEL that's already being done with Second Step, add digital components to make it just that much better, and refocus in on the digital part of the social emotional and the CASEL standards. So.
When a child asks you a question, when a young adult asks you a question like that, are you able to send them a video or something on that topic so that the whole class doesn't have to sit through it again?
We could. What happens is we do have access to the lessons afterwards for students, and we also have access for parents, where we're sending home letters for the parents to have resources to say, these are lessons that were taught this year. Here are ways you can be talking to your students at home as well. So that's sort of that empowerment and encouragement piece we're trying to do through our social media campaign as well, is have you talked to your student about this today? But we're also just trying to put out facts. Like there was a thing launched the other day with iPhones. I don't know if anybody saw it, police were warning, there's a new bump feature where you just get the iPhone close enough to another iPhone and it can submit contact data. Well, parents want to turn that off. So we're pushing that out through our social media saying, hey parents, you need to be aware of this. You don't want a stranger walking up bumping phones with your child and they get that child's contact information. You want to turn that feature off. So we'll send that kind of thing out. So it's not just, it's lots of tips and tricks throughout the year as well that we'll then also post to the website.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, very timely on this journey. My fourth graders figured out ways to use his iPad, maybe not so much, but we're trying to, and I love the way you framed it. Let's use it for good, not for bad. And I think kind of teaching them that perspective. So for me, it's very timely and it resonates very well. Something that we'll be talking about, and this is within the last few days.
Yeah, we're going to offer President Talavera's fourth grader an internship in like ethical hacking skills. It's going to be great.
I should not be proud of this, but yes, he found a way to turn off. I mean, Jeremy can share a little bit more, but yeah, it's not proud, but again,
a little bit of pride, right? There's always that. Wow, good job! You totally broke that. Good job, buddy. Like, no, I love it when my kid would mess around with technology and have fun with it because it meant there was a hole that we had to fix. So no, it's great. It's good. It's good.
I didn't put him up to the desk. It's all on him. But yeah.
How are our parents reacting to our what you just did with the ability to have them turn off and monitor and adjust the timing on the phone?
We're getting great response. Everybody that's turned it on that's using it, it's great response. People that, and it's not like everybody just instantly turned it on. I mean, we keep pushing out, we keep doing our parent meetings and teaching them how. I think it's, for those parents that need it, it's really important to have it. We had a lot of them ask for it. But also when I do my parent meetings, I also talk to them about, like with my own children, I never needed any kind of software until my son was actually a junior. My daughter still hasn't messed up enough for me to track her stuff, but he messed up as a junior. And so suddenly, boom, all the tracking came down. He lost his door, he lost his gaming computer, he lost his phone. And because he broke my trust. So I talk about that in these parent meetings, which is, if you want to turn on the MDM at home, that's great, but do you need to? Like, if there's a need, 100% use it. So we're not seeing, like, every parent rushing out to turn this thing on. It's like, no, if I have an issue at home, I know I have this as sort of a backstop. And then we also teach them about other software that's available for personal phones that can do similar things to what we can do with the school devices.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for this information. I appreciate that we are asking our kids and learning from that process how we can best help them. I love that you're doing focus groups with kids because, just like you said, I think we want to empower our kids to make healthy, wise choices, and they'll mess up sometimes. And so, again, we want safe places for them to make mistakes and then be coached on how to do better. And I think having kids be involved in the process is so critical because they not only tell us what's happening, but how to do better, how to talk to other kids in a way that they're going to actually do what we suggest and not just blow us off because we're the adults, right? So it's really, my experience is it's really important to engage them. So I appreciate that you're doing these focus groups even as you continue to follow up. I want to support that, absolutely. I think looking at the stats, what stands out to me is, while it's great that 90% of our kids said they feel comfortable saying no, 10% don't, and it's those who are most vulnerable that are going to be at risk of being exploited and abused, or the 9% that say they have shared a personal photo. And we don't know if that was in a totally benign, silly sort of way or in a way that they felt pressured and wasn't appropriate. So I think we have to continue to go after those kids and empower them to make great choices, but also help them if they don't or if they aren't able to. And so I think that what was also revealing to me was that piece about the kids don't necessarily know. I think it was 44% said they don't know or feel safe going to adults if something happens online. And that might be because they're afraid of getting in trouble, they're embarrassed, but also they don't always trust adults know how to handle it, because it's new for us too. So I think that piece of parent education is really important. But I do know that we're, as a society, getting better at this. We have Take It Down as a website where parents can go and kids can go if they've had an inappropriate image posted online. We're finding new ways to deal with these so that kids are supported and adults also know these things. So I think as we go forward, I agree with all your future actions. I think you've hit some really important points to continue to develop those new lessons. But I think especially empowering kids in their choices, including safe gaming, what that looks like, because it is a place where they can be exploited. But then how to get help if they're being pressured or shared something that they regret, and identifying safe people. Because when you mentioned, all the teachers can help you, kids also have to have a sense of safety too. So helping kids understand who is safe, who's a trusted adult we might have our ideas, but they also have their ideas. So helping them understand that someone who makes me feel trusted, who never pressures me to do something I'm not comfortable with, who only has what's best interest of me at heart, not something they're going to get out of it. Teaching them these skills to identify safe adults is really important for young kids, and it helps us then help them understand what healthy relationships look like in real life and online. So I think that piece about helping our kids know what healthy relationships look like and what trusted adults is a big part of then supporting the healthy choices we want them to make online. The other piece, I love that we're talking about bullying, but I want to encourage us to think about bullying beyond just, I think that word, oftentimes we think of like one child being kind of, bullied, persecuted or made fun of, but we also want to report any kind of concern, whether it's suicidal ideation, whether it's violence on campus, any reason or abuse of a child. We want, our button that says report bullying instead report concerns. I think we want to expand it because bullying isn't always as easy to identify online. So I think if we expand it and look about concerns or safety concerns for our students or people in the community, that could help us prevent exploitation and abuse or violence, but also gives kids more options. Because right now, I think our button on our website, as well as on the kids' tablets, is very specific to bullying, and I'd like to see that expanded. The last piece I just want to say is to make sure we're talking about texting and group chats as well, not just online. I think we tend to think of platforms, but what I'm seeing, especially in like junior hires, is group text is where a lot of bullying and pressure might be happening. It's where self-generated child abuse images might be shared. It's also where I'm seeing junior hires filming fights and posting them. And so thinking about consent and violence and the ways that junior hires are reposting and sharing, even in text threads, is a really important piece of digital citizenship and consent conversations that I think we need to address, because that's what I'm seeing on our campuses right now.
Awesome, thank you for all the comments and questions to staff. We're going to move on to item number 13. Rob, this is for you. Yeah, thank you all. They don't want to sit and listen to. This is the really important piece.
Don't feel excluded. Goodness. We want you to feel loved.
Rob might need an intervention after this.
Okay.
Do we all get the same desk every meeting? Because somebody put chocolate frosting on this one. I don't know who it was. But I don't want this desk next time, please.
Okay, I'm going to have Anna, if you can put it up on the screen there. Start the clock.
You have two?
No, I just have the one.
Sexism here, because he has more money than she has. He's just counting her money.
Yeah.
That was good.
And she isn't allowed to have a laptop. I mean, there's a lot of discrimination here.
No, it almost seems like he's working for her.
I like that.
Can we get our counselors back here?
Yeah. Real quick, too, in terms of follow-up. So we'll follow up on the texting piece. I think that's such a relevant piece. And to look at, where in the curriculum, and if we don't have that, we want to add that. That is it's the texting, obviously, of words, but also images. That's such, and to be honest, my own experience, that seems to be the biggest way that things are being disseminated. And there's concern. So we'll follow up on that. Also, the bullying button that is so specific, we'll look at that to either say, do we broaden the definition so they know it shouldn't just be for bullying, it can be other things. So we'll look at that. I know Jeremy maybe can come up with some ideas around that. So it's a couple takeaways.
Okay, so we're here tonight to present the first interim report. Of all the reports we do, it's probably the least exciting. If this was a baseball game, we're in the third inning. And we're looking at expenditures and revenue from the start of the school year to October 31st. And then in the month of November, we put the report together. So if we could go to the next slide. Again, it's from July 1st to October 23rd. It also includes the current year projections and the following 2 out years. And so we'll go one more slide. One of the things that we do is, remember the general fund is made up of unrestricted revenue and expenditures and restricted revenue and expenditures. The restricted funds have just what they mean, restrictions on it. So really we're kind of going to focus on the unrestricted revenue and expenditures. And we're going to look at where were we at adopted budget and where are we estimating we are now. And we'll go through and look at the assumptions that we use. So overall, LCFF sources are down slightly. At the time we did this, our unduplicated pupil percentage count went down just ever so much. Even though our enrollment went down over 100, that number went down, I believe it was about 30. And so of what we projected. And so we lost a little bit of money there, but still a greater percentage of our students meeting on that status. Federal money is not unrestricted, so we don't mention that. Other state revenue has gone up slightly, about $150,000, and then local revenue increased $1.3 million, mostly because of our projection for interest. As interest rates are up, our interest revenue is a little bit higher. There was some one-time funding for a PBIS grant funding, so that's good news there. On the next one, it's important to know that we are in the middle of negotiations, so the numbers that you're seeing here for first interim do not include any negotiated settlements with our associations. So from adopted budget to first interim, certificated salaries are down about $870,000. Some of that is by shifting from unrestricted to restricted funds. Classified salaries are up slightly. Employee benefits are down $1 million. Again, when we shifted those employees maybe to some restricted funds, it took the statutory rates with them over the restricted side. Books and supplies increased $2.69 million. That's because of the carryover from the prior year, about $3 million. Every year we have about $2 or $3 million of carryover. So the number that you're going to see here, we're projecting for expenditures. That's if we spend 100% of all the money and the carryover. But traditionally and historically we don't do that. And there's carryover that we then falls into the bottom ending balance, and then next year comes back in. So that's put in there. Services, operating expenditures down slightly.
If we have to get new textbooks for a specific area, isn't that restricted?
Right. So the title books and supplies, this refers to, in the accounting that we use, they're objects. And books and supplies are object 4000s. It's not just books and supplies. There's computers, there's paper.
Got it. Thank you.
And even under the books, there are funds that are used restricted to buy books, and then there's unrestricted. But you are correct. For most of the textbook, we've set that money aside, and we use those funds. Also, I do want to point out that the term contributions, I know this came up last time, these are not the kind of contributions that we talk about at our board meeting. This is about a contribution. It's about shifting money from the unrestricted funds over to the restricted funds because there's not enough restricted revenue to cover the restricted expenditures. So it's a shift from unrestricted to restricted. Overall, expenditures have gone up slightly, about $230,000. So on the next slide, we were projecting for this year when we adopted the budget, we were projecting an ending balance of about $22.9 million. And so now, because of expenditures were not realized last year, they fall out, they now get put back in, And so we are projecting an ending balance of $25.9 million. Our beginning balance is up, but the expenditures, now remember, $149 million in expenditures includes $3 million from carryover. So in a sense, it's not only a balanced budget, there's $3 million that's put in there from last year. If they weren't there, we would be looking at about $146 million in expenditures and a surplus then of $4 million. Of the ending balance, the $25.9 million, it has components to it. The non-spendable, that's the money in the warehouse, about $170,000. Our reserve for economic uncertainties, which is 3% of the total expenditures, is about $6.81 million. Last year, the board committed $11.5 million for declining enrollment and also facilities, because our facilities are in need. So if the board takes action to put a bond on the ballot, and if and when that bond passes, that would give a lot of relief to that $11.5 million, and that would not need to be needed for facility improvement projects. The assigned, the $2 million, typically we put that in there for textbook adoptions, which then leaves $5.42 million, which is unassigned, which is available for, again, negotiations or to just stay there. I want to go over the assumptions on the next page. This year we received a COLA of 8.22%, and for our projections, at the time we put this together, we started putting this together the first part of November, and the COLA that we use for next year is 3.94 and 3.29 in the out year. Towards the end of November, we learned that the COLA for next year is projected to be more closer to about 1% or 1.2%. The COLA is not a product of how much money did the state receive, and now this is only what they have to give. It's a calculation based on 8 quarters of economic activity, and it's not an indication of how much money the state has. Now we do know, and I'll talk about it in a little bit, the state is projecting a deficit, but the COLA is the COLA, and so all of our projections in this report are based on a COLA of 3.94% and 3.29%. I will tell you that a COLA of 1% next year would reduce the revenue approximately $4 million on the COLA side. That doesn't mean that the state couldn't come in with some other funds.
Would you give that number again? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Okay. So the COLA next
1%.
1%, going from 3.94% down to a 1% COLA for next year would have a 2-year impact of reducing revenue next year to $4 million next year, and then $4 million the following year, based on the revenue that we projected here. That doesn't mean that's all the state can do. We've seen it in the past with block grants. We've seen it with augmented COLAs. Again, it's not an indication of how much money the government or the state has. It's an indication of the 8 quarters to make that calculation. Some of the other things, if we look at our enrollment this year is 11,422. Next year we're projecting an enrollment of 11,225. Again, our funded ADA, the money we receive, is 11,602. To get that funded ADA, that would be pretty much probably on an enrollment of about 11,850. But because of the decline over COVID in our district and also in all the districts, the state allowed us to do a 3-year step-down average, and so we're receiving more money this year than in the past we've been entitled to. Last year we received a lot more money than we were entitled to, and then next year's the last year, so kind of it steps down. And you'll see then that for next year we get down to 11,121 based on an attendance rate of 96.42%, and then 25-26 is probably the last where it's if your enrollment is 11,225 and you take 96% of it, you're going to get around that 10,965 number. Our good news is our unduplicated percent, our 3-year rolling average is up. That's an indication of the number of English learners, foster youth, or students of low socioeconomic status. Whether that's good news, I mean, we don't want our families to be in that category. However, when that happens and the students are identified, it brings in additional funding for the school district. This year, over last year, whether a raise is provided or not, all of our groups, the step and column goes up about $1.1 million. There is no projected STIRS increase at this time over the next years, and there's a slight increase for PERS, the pension rate, which is the obligation that the district has to cover.
Rob, I'm just curious why the projected enrollment doesn't change at all between 24-25 and 25-26.
Right, that's good. So we looked at it, and we don't see a huge possible change between now and that year.
Even out.
Between now and that year, there's a lot of things that could happen. The enrollment, I've said this before, the only thing I can guarantee you is the enrollment will not be that number. It will either be slightly higher or slightly lower. And so one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to make it higher. I also don't want to make it a lot lower and then put the board in a position where they have to make decisions of reducing the budget that might not materialize.
Okay.
And so it's typical what we do is in the out years, we keep them the same.
Until we
make
have
the
more data
adjustment.
to base that on.
And the fact that that's the enrollment and the fact that our funding is based on a 3-year average, we don't see an immediate need financially.
And we staff based on the numbers of kids we had before, right?
Right. So we do straight line projections. We look at how many 8th graders are leaving, and what do we project the number of the kinder students coming in. Our first graders become second, our second become third. Those usually stay the same. So we're not seeing a huge variance from first grade to second. Well, that was all my time.
Yeah, you're done.
Thank everybody for tonight.
It's 5 minutes is up.
All right, 5 minutes is up. So we look at that. So where it's coming from is the number of 8th graders leaving is greater than the number of students that are coming into the system. As kinder students, as we know, people just aren't having children like they used to, and we go back.
We'll get a bump in.
But what?
We'll get a bump in 25, 26, I think. COVID babies.
Oh, is that happening?
Yeah. It's happening.
There's also a couple developments going in as well. So
a couple developments, yes.
I think there's a housing development right near the Macho Combo burrito place that I buy on my way home.
Following was a commercial for Del Taco. Another phenomenon that happened in 2008 to 2010-11 during the recession was you actually had your enrollment go up because we had many people moving back home with their families. And so there are many variables with enrollment, and so we just keep it flat in that out year.
Thanks.
We can tell you that this year and next year are pretty much right on.
Thank you.
Okay, so part of the first interim is you have to do the current year plus 2 years out. So what this shows is pretty much balanced budget. Again, this is on the 3.94% COLA. It shows a slight deficit next year of about $500,000, and then the following year about $330,000. That's pretty much a balanced budget. Now, the good news is our ending balance is actually pretty healthy. And if you remember back to COVID, in 2020, in March of 2020, I stood up, I did a first interim about the following year and said this is what it's going to be. And then within 3 months, that had gone from here to here. And when we presented that budget, it was concerning. We didn't immediately start reducing positions and cutting programs. We didn't do that. We didn't need to do that because we had a reserve. And then shortly thereafter, by December, there were additional funds came in, more money than we knew really what to do with. So I say all of that to say there's some uncertainties, there's some things that could happen in the future, but the district is in a sound position to not have to make immediate, quick decisions. If things do turn and continue to turn worse, then there's time to steer the ship and act accordingly. So that's pretty much the current and 3 years out. If we go to this one here, there are some certainties, declining enrollment, and that's not just with us, that is throughout the state of California, that districts are declining in enrollment. Our health costs are continuing to go up. We still continue to have high STRS and PERS employer rates, and all of our COVID funds are exhausted. We received over $51 million. Those have all been exhausted. There still is probably, I heard a number, I think it was 44% of all the funds are still remaining with school districts, which means they haven't spent their money. They're going to need to spend their money by September of 2024, which will create some problems. Typically what they're spending it on are programs with people, and when the money goes away, then a lot of times the people go away. So it also presents a problem when other districts appear to have money. Well, it's one-time money. Our district used those funds, which were COVID funds, in the heart of COVID to keep students coming to school, to keep students learning. And when you look at our test scores, they were higher than most other districts because those funds were used. And that was, I applaud that decision that the board made. It was the right thing to do. However, you need to know that those funds have all been exhausted. Some of the uncertainties, kinder enrollment. Again, we don't know. We don't know what the kinder enrollment's going to look like. Attendance rate is a little bit higher than it was last year, but kids used to stay home. I mean, they used to come to school, now they're just staying home because they don't want to get other kids sick. And even though we're not in a pandemic, people are sick. How are you feeling, Jeremy? I was sick. We were all sick. Also, the state deficit. The state came out recently and said it's facing a 2-year deficit of about $62 billion. They do have a reserve of about $24 billion that they can tap into. So the state deficit is an issue, and it is a little concerning when about less than 0.5%, so not even a percent, less than 0.5% of all the tax returns are responsible for 39.6% of all the revenue that comes in. 1.2% of all the tax returns is responsible for 49% of all the tax revenue. So as whether those people, those high income earners, are moving out of the state of California and taking that revenue away, or whether the number, and a lot of it's tied to the stock market, that's a big concern. That's a big concern. What is 1.2% of the tax returns? It's about 250,000 individuals. That's it, 250,000 individuals of the 24 million individuals in California are covering 50% of the tax revenue. And that's pretty volatile. COLA, we've already talked about that. It's estimated at 1.27%. The good news is the Fed has the ability to lower interest rates, which can then kind of jumpstart the stock market if that's needed. It has a place to go. So we don't know when the Fed is going to do that as a response to inflation. We're at very high rates right now, which are having an impact on the housing market. Mortgages that used to be $3,400 are now $5,400 because of the high interest rates, so less people are able to qualify for those loans. The stock market is kind of, we're watching that. The Middle East, Ukraine, We are tied to world events, and those are still very uncertain. And then we have a little election in 2024 that who knows what happens when we're in an election year. Whether the state deals with an issue or they don't deal with an issue, that can happen in an election year. So, not the best rosy picture. However, it's, again, the district is in a position, we need to be cautious, need to be very cautious. It's in a position to not react immediately, and let's see what happens. Let's see what the state does. Let's see what the feds do in response to the economy and the impact that it has on us for school districts. So what do you need to do tonight? You need to, we've showed that we can meet our ending balance, our reserve for the current and 2 years. And so staff recommends that the board receive this and approve it with a positive certification, which again says we can meet our financial obligations for the current and 2 years. We then will, on the next slide, we'll submit this to the Orange County Department of Ed. We will wait to see the governor's proposed budget, which when governor comes out with it, it doesn't mean that's it, just as the beginning of the season, and we will work all the way through the May revise in June and keep you updated on that. We'll be here in March to do the second interim report where we would have more updated COLA projections and revenues that correspond with those. Again, I do want to thank Damien. Damien, sorry, it's a HIPAA violation, was very sick a couple weeks ago, but persevered and literally was working on this report, and I came into his office one day and he was just like this. Poor guy. But he did it and did a great job on this report. So thank you, Damien, thank you, Joanne, and thank you to your staff. So with that, questions?
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Just wanted to second something. It is incredibly, what Damien has to do is incredibly technical. So when you do a first interim, the number of reports, that piece, the amount of expertise, technical expertise, and Damien came in just basically a year ago to do this. And he had to learn all of these things, and really in a time where, first of all, it was hard to find people. And so Damien comes in, learns all of this, and I was actually relieved when he said, I'm going to actually get a Thanksgiving break this year. And so to see, all of the work Damien did to learn what he needed to do to provide really a high level of expertise. You should see some of the new systems that he has put into place. But I think it's a testament to Rob as well. Rob, one of his superpowers is he builds capacity in his team. And one of his things that he is able to do is really help grow talent and be able to develop talent. And I know he's respected by all of us and how he treats his staff and how he grows them. So this was a lot of work, and just to thank both of them and all their good work. So thanks guys.
Well, thank you.
I'd like to move that we vote for a positive certification on our 2 year out proposed budget.
Do we have a second?
Oh, second. I thought you were seconding.
All in favor, say
Aye.
Aye. Rob, just a comment, I guess. Our property tax base is still super strong, right?
Right. So there's some, and that's some good news too. Is if you think about, let's just say each student brings in $15,000. In our district, over half of that comes from property tax, the other half comes from the state. And so what's happening, even though revenues are down with the state, the number of students that are educated in California has gone down, so there's not as much of a liability there. Property taxes across the state, for the most part, are higher. which means property taxes are picking up a larger portion of what it costs to educate a student, which then lessens the burden on the state. So that higher property taxes help the state by not having to shoulder as much of the responsibility.
But it doesn't translate to a direct increase in funding for Fullerton because we still need the state to supplement what we've got.
Correct.
Yeah.
Where if we were in what's called a basic aid district, and the closest one that comes to mind is Laguna, to where the money that is received from property tax far exceeds the LCFF amount for a student, they do then get to keep those funds. And that's why in a district like that, you'll see higher salaries, you'll see higher everything. And those are basic aid districts, and we're not. Very few districts are basic aid. It's a small percentage. Did that
Anyone
answer
else?
and thank you for bringing that up about the property taxes.
It did. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions, comments?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob. With that, I ask my fellow trustees if there's any requests for further items to be agendized.
There were some things that were mentioned at the last meeting, Dr. Plecka. but I
They're
think
they're on the docket.
we have
So
some busy
Jan-
meetings
so
coming up.
January we have so back at the beginning of the year asked for an additional presentation on iReady results, which is really benchmark to the SBAC. So there is a pretty high correlation, so it's a good kind of progress monitoring tool, so we're doing that. We have the dashboard, which is really post-mortem because it's about last year, and we've already presented the data, but now it's another format. You get to see that. And there's a few other kind of new pieces you'll be able to look at. In addition to that, we have tenure, term limits, thank you, term limits. So we'll be doing that presentation. I believe that one is in February. We also have a preschool presentation, that Adana and Chad, February. March, we also had a bulletin board presentation, and we'll have that one. Am I forgetting one?
After school program in April.
After school programs in April, yes, so, cool.
So not that much.
Since we're booking already out to April. All right. So that's a good update. And I think, fellow trustees, that's on our calendar date for that. Well, with that, I will be ending my first meeting at 9:45.
All right, to the new president.
All right. So our next meeting will be on Tuesday, January 16th of next year. So we won't see you till next year already. Wow. A whole year.
It's amazing.
Wish everyone happy holidays.